Good day, everyone, and welcome to this webinar on the Megatrends Shaping the Future of Work. I'm Jazreen Debu, and on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my appreciation for your presence here today. Under the Indian presidency, our theme for the G20 is Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, which translates to One Earth, One Family, One Future, establishing that we will work to promote a universal sense of oneness to address the challenges that mankind faces today as one family. On this special occasion, delegates and experts from many countries have gathered online to exchange ideas and initiate dialogue on exploring principles, strategies, models, and frameworks to address critical issues of the ever evolving world of work and employment. I think you'll all agree with me when I say that skills are at the heart of the economic advancement of employers, workers, and countries. The topic of our panel discussion today is the megatrends shaping the future of work. We are gathered here to discuss the economic, social, technological, and political evolutions that are expected to shape the future of work and the impact that they will have on the workforce of the G20 countries. As we all know, several trends such as demographic transitions, automation, and digitalization are fundamentally altering labor markets, as are shifts in the strategic priorities of governments and organizations in the context of the climate crisis. In light of these changes, it is very imperative for nations to recognize the mix of skills that the future workforce will need to be successful, identify existing skill gaps, and develop robust frameworks for skilling. Today, the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, has organized this webinar to facilitate a discussion among academics and industry leaders from around the world to qualify the emergent nature of work. This webinar will have three sessions: demographic trends, environment trends, and tech trends. We have a very exciting lineup of speakers and experts who will share their perspective today. The event will start with a plenary session, followed by the three thematic sessions. We will also have a question and answer round after each session where you can ask questions and engage with the speakers through the comments section on YouTube. Without further ado, let us kickstart the program, and I would like to invite Dr. K.K. Dwivedi, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Dr. K.K. Dwivedi is an IAS officer of the 1996 batch. He served in the state of Assam for close to 25 years, where he was the principal secretary holding multiple portfolios, including skill and employment, industry and commerce, transport, and mines and minerals. In April 2022, he joined as the Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, and he has been looking after various matters, including international skilling and cooperation. We welcome you, sir, to open the event.
Thank you, Jazzy. Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, all the dignitaries. Am I audible? Can you check? Yeah. Respected Secretary of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, all the dignitaries, all the experts, professional, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great privilege to welcome all the participants, all the experts in this webinar. As you know, this webinar is precursor to our next mega event, which will culminate in Bhubaneswar on 24th of April. And our ministry has been working very closely with Ministry of Education and Labor, and we have been organizing series of events under G20. G20 is a very important organization which covers about 2/3 of the population and 80% of the economy of the world. So any deliberation, any discussion, any decision in the G20 platform has a huge bearing on the socio-economic landscape of the world. In this backdrop, we have organized this webinar to discuss and deliberate the mega trends which are shaping the future of the world. And this discussion and deliberation will help us to relook and rethink our policy program and projects, fine-tune them, tweak them, and to ensure that our preparation, our ecosystem is ready to address any challenges which arises in the future of the work. And will be ready, our ecosystem will be ready to create a vibrant skilling platform, so that the youth can get opportunity for the reskilling, upskilling, and so that they can address the requirement of the future of work. Uh, I hope that this deliberation and discussion will give a good insight, and these best practices, new ideas, creative and innovative ideas, and those will share with the members of G20 countries. So once again, I wish all the best to this program, and welcome all the participants and eminent personalities, leading experts and professional in this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for kickstarting the event on this positive note. We also have with us Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, the Secretary of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji is an IAS belonging to the 1990 batch from the Karnataka cadre. Besides studying history and economics, he has done his MBA in public policy from Birmingham, UK, MPhil in social science, and LLB from Delhi University. He has handled different portfolios in the state of Karnataka, particularly in industries and commerce, urban infrastructure development, and education, with many accomplishments to his name. In the Government of India, he has served with distinction in ministries of urban development, overseas Indian affairs, rural development, textiles, information and broadcasting. He served as the additional secretary and special secretary in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and presently he is the secretary MSDE since September 2022. We welcome you, sir, and request you to give the keynote address.
Thank you, Jazareen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. I will also acknowledge Srimati Archana Mayaram, who is our economic advisor, who is present there today, and Shruti Pandey, who is our deputy director here. We were expecting our honorable minister also to address us, but because of the Australian education minister's visit, this could not be possible. He conveys his best regards and best wishes to everyone, and best wishes for this webinar. As Dr. Dwivedi had pointed out, this is the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship is implicated with the Ministry of Education in the G20, and the future of work theme has been assigned to this ministry. Today we'll have another webinar, and then we all meet at Bhubaneswar in April, later half of the April, for the formal sessions, and before that also a seminar. Let me take this opportunity to also say hello and welcome to Professor Kanika Mahajan, Assistant Professor of Economics, Ashoka University. Madam is moderating the thematic session 1 on the demographic trends, and with her we have Sri Amit Nirval, Deputy Director General Employment, Ministry of Labour and Employment. We have Mr. Narayan Ramaswamy for KPMG, who will be talking about multi-generational workforce, unlocking the potential. We have Mr. Neeraj Sagar, founder of Wisdom Circle, who will speak on the silver economy, harnessing the opportunity. We have Professor Sridhar Desai from UNC Keenan Flanger Business School. Welcome, Professor. We also have Mr. Dr. N.S. Rajan, who is the former Chief Executive Officer of IDFC Foundation. Then we have another thematic session, which is about the environment trends, and that is being moderated by Dr. Anjali Prakash, who is a adjunct professor in Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business. And in that, I would like to welcome Sri Dinesh Dayanand Pingle, who is the Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Professor Sumit Agarwal, who is Professor of Finance, Economics and Real Estate in National University of Singapore. We also welcome Professor Giovanni Marin, who is Associate Professor of Università degli Studi di Urbino Carlo Bo, leader of the UNIRU Research Unit in SEEDS. The third thematic session on technological trends is being moderated by Professor Chandrasekhar Sripada, who is from the Indian School of Business. Then we have Srimati Tishaji, Director General of Training, who will be introducing the thematic session. We have Professor Fanish Puranam, who is the Roland Berger Chair Professor of Strategy and Organization and Design in UNSC INSEAD. We have virtual workplaces. We'll be speaking with Professor Deepa Mani, who is the Deputy Dean, Executive Education and Digital Learning, Indian School of Business. And I would also acknowledge the support provided by the LC and their team for organizing and this webinar. Very briefly, I would like to say that the future of work is appearing as an area where we need to put our heads on. And because of the unprecedented change of technological advancement, accompanied by demographic, social, and environmental trends, the very concept of the way we work and the workplaces is going to change. And the recent trends after the post-pandemic global recovery have significantly emphasized accelerating the development of digital infrastructure, facilitating digital transformation, promoting responsible use of artificial intelligence, encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship, and the need for reskilling and upskilling of the future workforce. Our Honorable Prime Minister, he has given us the mantra that the future has to be skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. We have also identified there are three trends which we are discussing today, which are the demographic trends, social trends, environmental trends, globalization, and technological trends. And these trends are going to bring immense economic potential as well as disruption in the way we carry our jobs. So our task is to comprehend this trend as it develops, accept its inevitability, and create appropriate policy and practices. While India and other G20 nations have taken several positive steps towards preparing our workforce for the future, there is a need to identify and address a major problem that is being encountered by workforce across the world, preventing education from future readiness of the workforce. Cooperation among G20 countries will help strengthen the national skills system and bridge gaps in quality education and provide lifelong learning. It shall enhance economic efficiency and improve social equity and sustainable development. Coordinated efforts are required at the global level to increase the capacity of the education systems, including foundational, higher education, technical, and vocational education training, to provide pathways and opportunities for lifelong learning. This shall provide youth and existing workforce with the necessary skills to adopt the new requirements of future work. Also, there is a need for effective institutional collaboration among G20 nations, a roadmap for the convergence of ideas, projects, accessibility of researchers to international meetings, content collaborations, including cross-country research among leading universities and higher education institutes. Through this webinar and upcoming series of events, we aim to learn and deliberate on the best practices and policy interventions implemented by G20 nations to enhance their education and skilling ecosystem. I'm confident that with the stellar panelists and discussant and the experts in the three thematic sessions, where there will be very meaningful discussion, which will also give us the support so that we can finalize our recommendations and report to the G20 meeting. So I once again thank everyone a part of this webinar, and I look forward to have a very interesting and invigorating discussion. With that, I would like to thank the Mr. Dwivedi and all the others, and I again uh, welcome and thank all the participants. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for those inspiring words in the beginning of the event. Next up, we have Ms. Eliza Momadou, who is the head of the Center of Skills for the OECD. She supports countries to achieve better economic and social outcomes by taking a whole of government approach and engaging with stakeholders to develop and implement better skill policies. She has more than 20 years of international experience working in the field and at the headquarters with the World Bank, UNICEF, African Development Bank, GIZ, and in the private sector. Her expertise spans multidisciplinary projects, institutional strengthening, program evaluation, gender, and low and middle income countries. Ms. Eliza holds a PhD in economics, an MBA in international business, and a BA in economics. We welcome you, ma'am, and we request you to give your presentation.
She can log off and log in again.
Miss Eliza is facing some technical issues, and we will bring her in when that is rectified. For now, we'll start with our first thematic session. We will explore the demographic trends. This session begins with the introduction to the theme by a representative of the Ministry of Labor and Employment, followed by various interesting topics such as multi-generational workforce, silver economy, and the improvement in female labor force participation rate in the context of future of work. It is my honor to introduce you to the chair and the moderator of the session, Professor Kanika Mahajan. Professor Mahajan is an assistant professor of economics at the Ashoka University, Sonipat. Her primary research interests include empirical development economics as part of her research agenda on gender and labor markets. She is currently working on issues around stagnation of women's labor force participation in India and to what extent demand and supply factors can explain the emerging trends. We welcome you, Professor, and we request you to introduce the speakers and set the context for the first thematic session on demographic trends.
Thanks, Jasreen. The first thematic session today will focus on the changing demographic trends, not only in India but globally, such as aging population and bringing more women into the workforce. We have an accomplished set of speakers here who will shed more light on these issues and discuss the opportunities and challenges therein. So first, we have Shri Amit Nirmal, who is the Deputy Director General Employment in the Ministry of Labor and Employment, who will introduce the thematic session. Shri Nirmal is an accomplished Indian Statistical Service officer from the 2001 batch. He completed his Master's in Statistics from University of Rajasthan with a gold medal and an Executive Master's in Public Administration from Syracuse University, New York. As an ISS officer, Shri Nirmal has worked on important positions with various government departments, including Ministry of Home Affairs on management of international borders. He has also been involved in conducting surveys and studies that gather accurate data to guide policy decisions. For instance, the eShram project of the Ministry of Labor and Employment was led by him, and he was awarded the Digital India Gold Award under the Public Digital Platform category by the Honorable President. He is presently heading the V.V. Giri National Labour Institute as the Director General and also handling the National Career Service Portal as the Deputy Director General of Employment. We then have Mr. Narayanan Swamy, who is a partner in education and skill development at KPMG, who will speak about multi-generational workforce and unlocking the potential therein. Mr. Narayanan has over 23 years of experience in management consulting and industry. He has experience across financial services, infrastructure sectors, spanning multiple solution offerings, business strategy, process and performance improvement, and organization and change management. He has held several advisory positions in central and state government committees and provided strategic inputs in shaping the TVET and education landscape in India. He is part of various committees for education and skill development in leading industry forums such as the CII and the FICCI. Next, we have Mr. Neeraj Sagar, who is the founder and CEO of Wisdom Circle, who will speak on harnessing the potential of the silver economy. He founded Wisdom Circle in early 2022 as he wanted to undertake something bigger and more purposeful in his entrepreneurial journey. The company is building a global technology platform that connects senior experienced professionals who are typically over 50 and retired with meaningful work opportunities that leverage their lifetime of wisdom and experience. He began his career as a plant operations and commissioning engineer at Engineers India Limited. Mr. Sagar has an MBA from the University of Chicago, an MS in engineering from Stanford University, and a bachelor's degree in engineering from TKIT in India. He's also the co-president of Stanford Angels and Entrepreneurs in India and has been working closely with the startup ecosystem for many years now. We then have Professor Sridhari Desai, who's an associate professor of organizational behavior and Christ W. Blackwell Scholar at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. She is an award-winning scholar, an international keynote speaker, workshop facilitator, and a consultant on negotiation, strategic decision-making, and diversity. She's a trusted advisor and partner to numerous high-performing private sector organizations as well as military leaders. Today, she will be speaking on improvement in female labor force participation rate in the context of future of work. Lastly, we have Dr. N.S. Rajan, who is the former CEO of the IDFC Foundation and the Group CHRO and member of the Executive Council at Tata Sons. Dr. N.S. Rajan is a PhD from IIT Delhi in the area of leadership, a postgraduate in business management from XLI Jamshedpur, and an economics graduate from Loyola College, Chennai, with nearly 40 years of work experience both in India and overseas across multiple functions. He was the global leader of the People Advisory Consulting Ernst & Young. Dr. Rajan today will be speaking about the emerging social trends in the workforce and creating happy workplaces. I now hand over the dais to Sri Amit Nirmal, who will introduce the thematic session, and then we will move on to every speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kanika Mahajan. Thank you so much. And respected Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Joint Secretary, and other officers, thank you so much for inviting me to this webinar. Well, I would like to say that the Indian economy has undergone tremendous transformation, both through governance reform and the advent of digital technology. The world is still astonished with the India's UPI, through which one can make digital payments even to the vendors on the street, vegetable vendors. And I'll basically call it as a new megatrend emerging from India. The recent economic survey 22-23 presented by the Honorable Finance Minister in the Parliament has clearly highlighted that digitalization reforms and the resulting efficiency gain in terms of greater formalization, higher financial inclusion, and more economic opportunity will be an important driver of India's economic growth. With a huge demographic dividend, India's workforce is younger than many countries, and particularly many developed countries. The median age of India is 27.6 years compared to 37.7 years of United States, 37.9 years of China, and 40.2 years of the Canada. It's not the median age alone which creates the demographic dividend for India. It is perhaps the median age together with the young population, the size of young population, which gives India a driving seat for the demographic advantage. As per the recent periodic labor force survey, if you see that the percentage of population of 0 to 14 years in India is about 25%, 15 to 29% it is 27%, and 30 to 40 years it is about 15%. So if you see that in next 20 years, India is going to have about 70% of its population in working age bracket. So, and this is globally that India is going to have the highest share of working age population. but it is imperative to unleash the productive potential of the labor force for growth and development of the economy. And education and skilling are extremely important driver towards achieving this goal through realizing the benefits of the demographic dividend. Otherwise, I'm afraid this dividend can turn into disaster in no time. On the other hand, the demographic transition has also witnessed a steady increase in the silver economy with growth in senior population globally. Countries like Japan and Germany have some of the oldest workforce in the world, with median age of 48 and 45 respectively. The aging workforce, particularly in developed countries, presents several challenges for these countries. Many developed countries are facing a risk of shortage of skilled worker and older worker as older worker retire, and strain on healthcare system as the population ages. Additionally, there is a risk that the productivity of the workforce may decline as workers get old, which could have a negative impact on their economic growth. But these challenges of the developed countries could produce an opportunity for labor force in India. India could be the biggest supplier of skilled workforce to the world, provided that the workforce is nurtured with right skills and education. Amidst the demographic transition, the country has been witnessing a complex labor market scenario. As per the latest periodic labor force report released last week only, the unemployment rate in India in 2022 has come down to 4.1% from 6% in 2017-18. Though the size of labor force is being steadily increasing, there is a challenge of massive informality in the economy. The percentage share of informal employment in India is about 80%. Further, there is a huge potential of female labor force, which is presently hovering around 33%. Though the work participation rate of women has increased by about 10% in the last 4 years, there are still many educated women who are out of labor force, perhaps maybe waiting for the right opportunity for with favorable environment. Within this background and the emerging challenges, the Government of India recognized the need of tapping the potential of India's young workforce through various schemes. Employment generation and improving employability has been a top priority of the government. The Atmanirbhar Bharat package of the Government of India is aimed at providing stimulus to business and to mitigate the adverse impact of COVID-19 pandemic in the form of various long-term schemes, programs, policies for making the country self-reliant and for creating employment opportunities. The Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana, which we call ABRY, to incentivize employers for creation of new employment and restoration of loss of employment due to COVID-19 pandemic. This scheme itself has benefited more than 6 million youths in the last 2 years. The Government of India is also encouraging various projects involving substantial investment and public expenditure on schemes like Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, MG Narega, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana, and Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Urban Livelihood Mission, and many other such schemes, employment generation schemes in the country. The production-linked incentive scheme is being implemented by the government with an outlay of rupees 1.97 lakh crore for a period of 5 years, which also has a potential of creating about 6 million new jobs in the country. The National Education Policy 2020 envisions that providing a quality education to girls is the best way to increase the education level for socio-economic disadvantaged groups, not just in the present, but also for the future generations. The policy thus recommends that the policies and schemes designed to include students from disadvantaged groups should be specially targeted towards girls in these groups. In order to improve women's participation in the labor force and quality of their employment, the Government of India has taken various steps. Several protective provisions have been incorporated in the labor laws for equal opportunity and amiable work environment for women workers. The Code on Social Security 2020 has provisions for enhancement in paid maternity leave from 12 weeks to 26 weeks, provision of mandatory crèche facilities in the establishment having 50 or more employees, permitting women workers in night shift with adequate safety measures. The Code on Occupational Safety, Health and Working Condition 2020 has the provisions for the employment of women in the above ground mines, including open cast working between 7 p.m. and 6 a.m. and in below ground working between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. in technically supervisory and managerial work where continuous presence may not be required. Further, to enhance the employability of female workers, the government is providing training to them through a network of women industrial training institutes, national vocational training institutes, and regional vocational training institutes. There is no denying of the fact that digital transformation provides innumerable opportunities for both men and women workers and can contribute in reducing labor market inequalities. The pandemic has also increased the opportunity in terms of promotion of flexible working hours, remote working, teleworking, and the rise of gig and platform economy. The gig and platform work has increased tremendously in many countries across the world and huge potential to unlock jobs in India. The emerging transitions in the labor market necessitates the need to revisit the employment promotion strategies in nations, particularly the availability of opportunity of skill, upskilling, and reskilling to help workers to adapt these changing labor market. Also, for promoting decent work and advancement of gender equality, it is imperative to invest on skilling of young women and provide them adequate access to such opportunities and to accommodate them in new future of work. Several G20 summits have also deliberated that for balanced and equitable growth, it is important to provide better and higher skills to both men and women for helping them enter the labor market and reducing the gender gap. The need for improving access to basic and secondary education, vocational training for young women, work-based learning, entrepreneurship training, and addressing economical and cultural barriers are important to help women re-enter the labor market. The flexible arrangements offered by the platform economy can boost women's employment considerably and may contribute in formalizing the informal sector. Apart from the above mentioned initiatives, the Ministry of Labor and Employment has developed e-Shram portal for creating a national database of unorganized workers as an important effort toward addressing the challenges of the unorganized worker. The portal was launched on 26 August 2021 and till now has registered more than 28.6 crore unorganized workers. The portal captures relevant details of the workers, including name, occupation, type, educational qualification, skill, for an optimum realization of their employability and extension of social security to them. The portal has received Digital India Award 2022 by the Honorable President of India. The recently concluded BRICS Employment Working Group meet during February 2023 in South Africa has also highlighted e-Shram portal as good practice which can be adopted by other BRICS nations. It is realized that the workforce is rapidly evolving due to demographic and technological changes. The fourth industrial revolution seems to lead to a future of work where there will be an increasing demand of jobs in science and technology. Therefore, there is a need to address the emerging challenges and harness the heterogeneous potential available in the form of demographic dividend in India for coming years. In conclusion, I would like to re-emphasize the need of proper skilling and education to the labor force in India, particularly in the new future of work. It is important to invest in people's capabilities in order to prepare them for new future through adequate skills, policies, and strategies that will support people through these transitions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We next have Mr. Narayanan Swami, who's the Partner Education and Skill Development KPMG, who will be speaking about multi-generational workforce and how to unlock its potential.
Thank you, Professor Mahajan. And thank you, Secretary and the department for giving me an opportunity to speak in the event. I'm going to talk about something that is very interesting and something that we have still not yet fully realized, perhaps, which is about multi-generational workforce. Mr. Nirmal talked about a young India and where the workforce is still young. But I'm talking about a global scenario where many of the countries are looking at aging workforce, whereas the geriatric population is also getting into the workforce willy-nilly. Now, what do we mean by this? What are its implications? And what is it something that we can do to harness the power of multi-generational workforce? Let's see in the next few minutes. What is really this multi-generational workforce? So we are talking about 5 generations at any point of time. Right now, the 5 generations seems to be the veteran generation, that is like, in India's context, pre-independence, those who were part of this and just about aging in the last stages of working life, to what we call as Wisgen or baby boomers, as they are called in a Western context. These are
Yeah. She's what is it? She her mic is on.
Kanika, you're on mute.
Yeah, hi. I think we lose
each job role. Yes, Professor Majan?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. So let me continue. Please do let me know in case I'm not audible. So we're talking about workplace categories that could be manufacturing led, that could be natural resources led like agriculture, oil, minerals, etc. Could be people services led, which is the growing segment, or knowledge services led, which is the one that is beginning to happen, or the large governance led, the government, public sectors, military. All these 5 different workplaces are going to see at each level multi-generational workforce occupying the roles and responsibilities. So what are the benefits of having such a diversified workflows across these levels? First, to begin with, which may not be very relevant to India, but across the globe, it gives additional workforce. Multi-generational workforce is going to generate at least twice the number of workforce that usually is defined as that 15 to 45, which is the working age population. Second, it also gives multiple perspectives in workplace. Imagine there is this vice gen who is going to talk about the journey they have been through and how a particular expectation is from a customer or how a manufacturing is done and what is supplier's perspective, and a young generation that is trying to innovate and find more solutions. Multiple perspectives is going to add a lot of value. Then there are also going to be learning, mentoring avenues. When you don't have people at the same age, there is a bonding that happens naturally. How do you make sure this mentor-learning relationship is harnessed? Then at each level, you form unique relationships. I mean, somebody who's senior when they work with their customers, clients have a relationship. And within the workplace also, they develop these unique relationships, which also leads to what I call as knowledge transfer and retention. Most of the organizations have tacit knowledge, which occupies bulk of it rather than as against the explicit knowledge transfer that happens. In a multi-generational workforce, it is proven that the tacit knowledge generation and tacit knowledge transfer happens more seamlessly. Now, but there are also issues facing when you have multi-generational workforce. For example, how do you do recruitment? How do you describe the job role for a different age group? How do you make sure that it is exciting for them? So right from defining the job role, there is going to be a difference as to how you go to the market. And once you recruit, the incentives that you give for career progression and many of these areas, different people have different motivation. The vice gen is now looking at a bit of stability and somebody who can respect them and also take some of their knowledge. whereas Gen X is looking at supporting their family, and also remuneration in terms of monetary and otherwise is going to be important for them. Whereas you also have a Gen X that is talking about learning opportunities, that is talking about using technology. So how do we make sure that the career progression for all of them is taken care of and the incentives for them, monetary, non-monetary, is taken care of? Third comes the benefits for them. At each stages in life, these categories need different benefits, be it health benefits or provident fund or many of those things. How do you manage the benefits that are required for all of them? New jobs, and include this gig workers who are going to be plenty as we go forward. Not only are we going to have people from different age groups, they are also not going to be as permanent as what is happening today or yesterday. So you're going to have gig workers combined with those in multiple age groups. How do you make sure that you plan for new job roles, or you plan for people to take up these job roles when this person leaves the job or moves on? There are going to be issues around that. Most important, how do you train them? What are some of the training, skill development requirements for them? The content, what needs to be taught is different. Somebody who is more senior is going to have typically more time in understanding some of the digital technologies, how that is put to use. Whereas somebody who's young, performing the same job role, it needs more training on interpersonal relationship and working with a customer and things of that kind. How do we make sure the content, the platform in which training happens, people prefer face-to-face, now it is all online. How do we make sure that we have training requirements that satisfy all of them? And most importantly, context, given the different kind of environments they come from and the knowledge and the experience that they have. So these are going to be some of the issues that are going to remain. But most importantly, there are also going to be benefits that are coming out of it, and how can we leverage those benefits is going to be important. Some suggestions along those lines is, one, to have a very clear employee value proposition. As organizations, as anybody who's offering these jobs, do I have an employee value proposition that is going to cater to these different segments, or is it going to be one value proposition that is, the person who's going to come on will decide whether it will fit or not? That's something that we need to decide. Second is even the hiring process. Earlier, it used to be for a particular job role, we knew the freshers, you go to the engineering colleges, B schools, or in general universities and recruit from there. Our hiring may not happen for that job role from there. It has to be diverse. And not only it's going to be diverse job places from which we recruit, the manner in which we recruit is also going to be different. There is a generation that is good when we just go to the LinkedIn and find their profiles and recruit. There is going to be a different generation which needs that multiple level of interviews before they are going to be recruited. So how do we make sure the hiring process and its diversity is taken care of? Third, a big need in this is, how do you communicate? Communication style and communication content, frequency of communication, all of these things are going to be different for different generation of workforce. Some of them don't need somebody to keep harping on them certain things, but some of them needs the reinforcement. And also the
I think we have again lost connection with
Yes,
Mr.
let's
Ramaswamy.
move on to the next speaker.
Sorry.
Okay, so then let's have Mr. Neeraj Sagar, who's the founder CEO of Wisdom Circle, who will now speak on harnessing the potential of the silver economy in continuation with what Mr. Ramaswamy was already discussing. He'll probably take us forward towards opportunities and the solutions. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sagar.
Oh, thank you, Professor Margin. Can you hear me? Voice is clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm actually going to quickly first make a few comments, both of what Mr. Nirmal said and what Mr. Narayan said, right? So I'm going to start by saying, as you saw what Mr. Nirmal said, we are focusing a lot on the young while acknowledging that people are getting old. Mr. Narayan actually started talking about, in fact, this is a word that we coined at Wisdom Circle called WizGen. what we realized is that we're going to call people the wisdom generation, as opposed to calling them old, calling them elder, calling them, I know we're using the word silver, and you can see silver/gray in my hair as well. By the way, a lot of respect for silver. I can get a driver's license much quicker with white hair than I could with black hair. So what I'm going to do, Professor Mahajan, is I'm actually going to just, I put a few slides together. I thought this will also help as we summarize the content for the G20. So if you, I'm going to start presenting if that's okay. And I'm hoping everybody can see this. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is, so there are basically, the way I've structured this is, we have 10 minutes and I'm going to break it down into 4 things. One is, how big is this opportunity of harnessing the silver economy? The second is, what are the problems today that we are all facing? What are possible solutions? And lastly, we'll end with suggestions for policymakers and government. A quick introduction. I know you've introduced me, but I used to be a headhunter, and I worked with Egon Zehnder for 15 years. And what we realized is a lot of people, when they got close to retirement, would reach out to us and say, look, hey, help us find something. And we realized that the opportunity loss, if you will, of people retiring and moving away from the work that they've done for decades was enormous. In fact, that's what actually prompted me to start Wisdom Circle. We're now a team of about 20 people based out of Bangalore and trying to build not only for India, but for the world. But so here's some context. So the first context is that by 2050, older people will outnumber the young, adolescents and young. And this is huge, right? And it represents, as you can see, more than double the number of children under 5 years. And again, it's happening because of increasing longevity, declining fertility, and just the huge cohort of this population. G20 nations that all of us represent, as was in the introduction, have 2/3 of the world's population. Now, we at the moment host 540 million people over the age of 65, and it is growing fast. So while we, at least in countries like India, work on the demographic dividend, the bigger challenge is, what do we do with this population, including all of us who are one day older today than we were yesterday. And I'm just going to present this as some quotes just to give you all the context of this opportunity. Some people look at this as a problem. I think we look at it as an opportunity. I think a couple of words that stand out for all of us. Number one, what we call is time affluence. I mean, think of the quality of time that becomes available as people get older. A lot of skills walk out the door. People are, there's unretirement that is happening. There's a lot of multi-generational stuff. Startups are starting to leverage these folks. And then, of course, as numbers say, there's 1 billion people over the age of 60 living on this planet today. And this is, I mean, by 2050, this is going to be 2 billion. So now, how do we frame the problem? Right? So the first thing on framing the problem is leveraging the healthy. The whole world seems to be, I'm just going to pause for a minute. Is my presentation visible, or are you only seeing the first page? I guess it is visible. Okay, so let me continue. So the, as we see in this world, right, most people are only looking at the problem from a helping the elders perspective as we get older. But very few are actually talking about the healthy older people. So that's, I think, one thing that for us is a huge opportunity, because there's this age bracket from 50 to 65 or 55 to 75, still very healthy people. The second is there are young countries, as including India, where we are only focusing on the young. And for us, it's not an either or, it has to be an and. The third is we will see that people in their lifetimes based on their, if they don't have pension plans, which a lot of organizations today do not offer, their life savings are going to fall short. Again, we use all of this as one regular brush. There is a lot of cognitive decline that starts to happen as we get older. And I think in our research, what we found is the one thing that all of us as we get older are really looking for is relevance and purpose. Right? And again, I think Mr. Nirmal also mentioned the stress on the healthcare infrastructure. Now, if you think of it, cognitive decline, not being meaningfully engaged, the pressure on all our country systems is going to significantly increase. However, the bigger problem is not the supply of people, right, who want to do meaningful things. It is in the demand for this segment. So that's the problem. Now, what are possible solutions? I think one, we need to create roles across sectors. And again, not to replace the young. And I think this whole notion that as people get older, they will replace the young, I don't think that's the right notion. What we need to do is, create roles as supplemental. We've started creating roles in education and social impact, and again, paid roles. What we tell people is, do not do this for free. Do not, ask people to volunteer. Create part-time roles. Leverage people for advice as opposed to getting them to execute. And again, the shameless plug here is that we at Wisdom Circle and the company that we formed are essentially trying to solve this problem. We want to be the largest platform for retirees to find meaningful engagements at the pace they want to in the world. Now, what are our suggestions? And our suggestions are around 4 areas. The first one is we need to incentivize and create opportunities. We need to give incentives to private sector organizations to rehire part-time folks and retirees. We need to create opportunities in sectors where our countries struggle. Like if you take India, right, we talk about civic infrastructure, we talk about education, we talk about healthcare areas. Why can't we leverage, why do we only need the young to fill those roles? Why can't we leverage the folks who are in the 60 to 75 or 55 to 75 age bracket, if not higher? The second is we need to promote and celebrate this culture of aging. Ageism in our workforce. And if you think of the impact that this is going to have on the young people when they get older, we need to start now. We need to start awareness campaigns. We need to celebrate our wise and elders, and we need to make sure that we are acknowledging organizations that are creating meaningful work for this demographic. And we need to learn and collaborate. A lot of our countries in the G20 are already doing a lot of things. We need to learn from each other. Not everything applies to each country, and we've done a lot of research, which is in the appendix of this document, which I'll share with the team, on how policy changes are being done at a very country level, and the right things are celebrated, but the linkages with pension systems, the linkages with the voting demographic, etc. It's very complicated, right? But that said, we need to figure out how we can leverage retirees from one country into another, right? Public-private partnerships has to be done, because you cannot, either the public sector or the private sector cannot do this alone. And again, on the policies, we've given some suggestions on retirement age flexibility, which some countries have already adopted, messaging against age discrimination, and also, of course, a suggestion was, can we create a minimum wage as well? Because we do not want people who are older to work for free. With that, I think, we have in the appendix some learnings from policy research, but I will just end, Professor, by saying thank you for the opportunity. If you know people who are, open, please have them come to wisdomcircle.com and sign up on our platform. We are really, really trying to create a lot of opportunities for them to help them find more relevance and purpose as we all age. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sagar, for those insightful comments and the way forward. We now have Professor Desai, who will be speaking about ways to increase women's participation in the labor market. Can we have Professor Desai? Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Sridhari Desai, and I am so excited to be here talking to all of you. A word of caution, my body is still in the East Coast time zone, so it's around 4:25 a.m. for me. So forgive me if I am a little bit rambling. Okay, So with that, I would love to share with you some of my thoughts on gender-related issues, where we are headed globally, how the rapidly evolving future of work may impact women differently, and importantly, what can we do about it? So let's start by stating what the problem is to begin with. So I want to start by pointing out that gender gaps exist in many spheres of life, right? So gender gap in political participation, gender gap in labor market participation, gender wage gaps, gender-based violence, gender gap in educational attainment, and so on. And all of these are interrelated. They feed off of each other. For example, research has shown that attenuating the gender gap in labor force participation can help to lower domestic violence against women. So even though the rest of the talk, I'm going to focus on labor force participation, I want you to know that it may have far-reaching implications. So let us start by defining what is the problem. And the problem, as I see it, is that women are less likely than men to participate in the paid economy, less likely to get promoted to senior managerial levels, and less likely to be paid at par with equally qualified male peers. Now, why does the gender gap matter? The gap matters for several reasons. From a social justice perspective, it is atrocious that employees are discriminated against based on their gender. From a macroeconomic perspective, based on a McKinsey report, for instance, if the global gender gap were to be narrowed, it would add $13 trillion to the global economic growth. From a business perspective, companies in the top quartile of gender diversity are significantly more likely to outperform their peers in lower quartiles on profitability. And often this is because diversity, be it gender diversity or otherwise, brings with it a difference in perspectives and better preparedness for corporate meetings, more tempered risk-taking, and better understanding of different customer segments and their needs. So we're essentially leaving money on the table by not engaging gender diverse top management teams. And from a legacy perspective, which I think about dearly, right? Think about it. The future generations will see our lack of progress towards gender equity in the same way that we view antiquated practices such as feet binding in the Eastern cultures or Victorian attitudes towards menstruation. It is lamentable and deeply embarrassing. Add to this the dynamically evolving and constantly changing future of work, and we have a more complicated situation. For instance, our humbling experience with COVID has taught us that we are increasingly more vulnerable to global pandemics. And sadly, women are disproportionately more impacted by such occurrences, having to shoulder added responsibilities at home and doing emotional labor in the work front. Two, and I'm speculating here, but evolving artificial intelligence technologies such as ChatGPT, I worry might impact and disrupt more some of the professions that are currently dominated by women. For instance, teaching, right? Now, my fears may be unfounded because according to some early reports, the share of women whose jobs are replaced by machines, okay, will in fact end up being comparable to that of men, with about 1 in 4 women having to shift to a different occupation. Now, maybe additional research is needed to understand if, in fact, men and women are going to be impacted the same or differently, but these are some very early reports. So 3, my personal experience with ChatGPT, and I've got nothing against it. I think it's a remarkable tool that we need to take advantage of. However, my initial experience with ChatGPT has shown that when I ask it to summarize a field, for instance, it often presents a fairly masculine perspective. Okay, for example, I'm an oil paint artist, and when I asked ChatGPT to summarize the history of art, it ended up focusing on mostly male painters, such as maybe Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci. right? Michelangelo, Picasso, and so forth, and totally seem to ignore female artists. So in other words, in general, AI that is trained on data that are biased and discriminatory against women may end up promulgating and furthering such facts and attitudes, and this can be highly detrimental to women's health and their progress in economic spheres, be it entrepreneurship, science, or the arts, right? So how can we fix it? Well, I think there are some strategies that experts in gender studies believe will help us to close the gender gap around the world, and I think some of these do in fact carry some weight. So to begin with, I think, number one, several models of change management, including those put out by Carter, Jonathan Haidt, and others, suggest that we have to first deeply understand the problem before we attempt to solve it. So I would recommend a concerted effort to better understand how the advent of artificial intelligence impacts women workers in blue-collar jobs versus, let's say, white-collar jobs differently. How is it going to impact women of different ages differently, right? Number two, I feel that governments will need to put their money where their heart is. It is high time that we institutionalize maternal leave, menstruation leave, and provide subsidized care for the elderly and create more high-quality preschools. Because by doing so, we can create a workplace that is in fact supportive of women and their needs, right? Number three, according to the social psychologist Buju Das Gupta's social inoculation model, having more female role models in different spheres, such as politics and STEM fields, will in fact serve as a vaccine against deterring women or girls from entering these fields. And therefore, increased participation from girls in these fields might in fact materialize into more women in the workforce in these particular domains. Number four, if companies don't make enough gender progress in an organic fashion on their own, perhaps it is time for us to institute quotas, right? There is some research suggesting that artificially imposing quotas, for example, on boards of directors in corporations, can in fact result in improved performance of the firm. So we're talking about the bottom line as measured financially, but also from an environmental perspective, right? However, I would caution us against using quotas blindly, because there is also some research on the flip side which talks about the anguish of the token woman being considered just a token who is put in place to meet a certain quota, as opposed to an individual with their own agentic thoughts and rights. Okay. Number five, we have to ensure that emotional and physical violence against women, be it cyber trolling, be it eve teasing, or physical abuse, is punished vehemently and therefore discouraged. Okay. Number six, we need to better understand and address the challenges brought about by intersectionality. Instead of assuming that women of all types can be bundled under one umbrella, we need to understand the nuances brought on from different overlapping identities, such as those related to sexual orientation, race, or more locally, caste, right? So how are women from different denominations experiencing the world differently? And how is it that they are experiencing their workplace in a similar manner? This will help us to make more targeted policies, more targeted ways of making women feel more psychologically at ease in the workplace. Seven, instead of targeting, and I'm kind of contradicting myself here, but why not? We're just brainstorming jointly here. So I would say, instead of targeting our policies at women and always asking women to lean in, perhaps it is also time for us to redefine, reassess, and celebrate the different strengths brought by women as leaders and colleagues in the workplace. So to this end, for instance, job descriptions should move away from using masculine descriptors such as wanted and individual who is a go-getter and high performer, to maybe saying wanted, an individual who is a team player, who is compassionate, and so forth, using adjectives that are more female-friendly to make certain STEM jobs more attractive to women. Number 8, we absolutely need to retrain our artificial intelligence so that when boys and girls use it, they get more gender-balanced perspectives and ideologies presented to them. So that from a young age, they expect gender equality. They expect and they're shown a world which is more gender equal, perhaps than it actually is, simply so that it becomes the new norm. Number 9, finally, I would like to ask our male allies everywhere to please step up, especially at home. Research suggests that on average, women in certain parts of the world work almost one entire day a week more than men. And this implies that women work a double shift, including in advanced economies such as the US. So we need our fathers, our husbands, our brothers, and our sons to contribute more at home so that we can level the playing field at work. So in sum, I would say that we can attempt to lessen the awful gender inequality by enacting legal change, enhancing gender responsive social protection perhaps, implementing representation quotas for women, and supporting women's movements, and of course, by stepping up our game at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Desai. Those were really insightful comments into where we are right now and perhaps where we really want to be with our female labor force participation, which, as I understand, is currently very low for India. It's about 30% as compared to worldwide average of, say, 55%. So I think that's an extremely important topic, which is also very close to my heart. Thank you. Lastly, we now have Dr. N.S. Rajan, who's the former CEO of the IDFC Foundation. And today he will be speaking about the emerging social trends in the workforce. Over to you, Dr. Rajan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm delighted to have the opportunity of being here with all of you on this wonderful occasion of the G20 webinar. I believe that any nation aspires to ensure that every citizen enjoys a higher standard of living, a better quality of life, an enabling environment, and where each enterprise can deliver its fullest potential to surpass collective ambitions. This can be made possible only by our ability to harness the potential of a country's human capital. It is imperative that every citizen, especially all sections of population, including women, the socially disadvantaged, the underprivileged, and the underserved, each is a contributor and beneficiary of the nation's progress. In this context, I'm reminded of the poignant words from the elegy by Thomas Gray: full many a flower is born to blush unseen and waste its sweetness in the desert air. Every citizen matters and every person can make a difference. The population of the world today is around 8 billion. Interestingly, India itself is the most populous country with 1.4 billion, with 2/3 of its populace in the working age group. It is slated to contribute to 25% of the global workforce over the next decade. So when we are looking at it at a country level, there are 5 critical levers that enable the development of a capable workforce for the future, while finding a right balance between a nation's aspirations and its access to resources. At the very first, what we need is an ecosystem that provides healthcare, access to basic amenities, civic infrastructure, serving as a nurturing ground for creating the future workforce. The second lever is education. Education up to the age of 16, primary and secondary schooling, to lay the foundation for children to be able to aspire for the future. The third aspect is one of employability, where vocational skilling is used to build requisite competencies across what would be making them employable in future. The fourth lever is employment, and which is where you actually able to use your competencies to find a job in enterprise and become part of the larger workforce. And an interesting lever beyond that is entrepreneurship, where we encourage and facilitate those that can actually create enterprises and therein provide jobs for others rather than seeking them. I think the ecosystem, the education, employability, employment, and entrepreneurship together will create the workforce of the future. But then we also see around us that the society is evolving rather fast, and so is the future of work. There is a profound transformative process which is recognized in evolutionary biology, which is referred to as punctuated equilibrium. In essence, punctuated equilibrium refers to individual, small, or seemingly insignificant developments over a period of lull. And there comes a time when all of these developments come together to unleash transformative changes in a sudden burst, rapidly changing the world around us. And classic examples of how society has been impacted by this. Look at the power of the internet, the smartphone, social media, cashless transactions that we are indulging in, cheaper air travel, the fact that the world is going digital. All of them have come together to shape and redefine how we live, how we connect, how we travel, how we compare each other, how we learn from each other, and how we respond to the world around us. Now, how has it really impacted the future of work? Almost a century ago, the French poet and philosopher Paul Valéry had ironically observed, the future is not what it used to be before. This rings even more true when we try to unravel the future of work. And there are three dimensions on how future of work is getting redefined. The first one is related to the workforce itself. The new business models and the adoption of hybrid ways of working are transforming the way in which a company looks at its employees. Today, those who deliver the work required are no longer just the traditional employees. There is access now for companies to look at workforce on lease, to look for part-time employees, gig workers, project-based contributors, and so on. Who you are is perhaps becoming less important than who can get something done. This, on the flip side, provides employees alternate ways of earning incomes, where they move away from a social and psychological attachment to being perhaps just a contract-based connect. The second area is the nature of work itself. With the advent of technology and automation as an enabler, how work is being done has itself undergone a considerable change. Most enterprises are trying to reap the benefits of analytical software, artificial intelligence, and machine learning to enhance productivity and efficiency at work. What can be done through machines are fast replacing what is done by the hand. What need not be done within the enterprise is moving out to be delivered by specialist centers outside. On one hand, it raises the prospect of manpower reductions, but on the other, it allows employees to deliver higher order work towards wealth creation. The ability to upskill oneself and being a lifelong learner becomes rather paramount. The third area is how the work is done and where it is done. Today, a fluid workspace with both physical places and virtual ones is emerging as the norm. This is already leading to the workplace being dispersed, neither the location nor geography being a constraint. Flexibility has become a new necessity. Work that can be done anytime, anywhere, is shaping the way it will impact the way we do business. This may also result in the perceived need for employee surveillance, which will someday impact privacy. Now, when we are looking at enterprises, and enterprises as being critical to any nation's progress, if you look at the number of businesses worldwide, there are 230 million businesses and around 80,000 multinationals. In India alone, where entrepreneurship has always flourished, there are 2.1 million enterprises and 63 million MSME enterprises. And we are the third largest home for startups with over 84,000 of them, and 107 of which have become unicorns. People indeed are the biggest assets, be it in a nation or an enterprise. Over the past 4 decades at work, I have really endeavored to understand and enable a culture of creating happy workplaces. Significant research has already vindicated that when enterprises focus on the happiness of its workforce, there is a significant impact positively on retention, productivity, innovation, and growth. This holds true across cultures and countries, as pursuit of well-being is being recognized almost as a fundamental need. The role of human resources is that of nation building by harnessing the potential of every single individual in the enterprise and leaving none behind. Leaders at every level need to invest and embrace the people function. Human capital management was once a luxury, later an investment, and now a vital necessity. Many decades ago, the concept of employee satisfaction came to the fore, but it was at best focusing on hygiene elements like safety and working conditions. Thereafter, employee engagement evolved as a new approach where companies started to focus on how employees could be more productive and engaged in the workplace to meet the company's needs. Today, the need of the hour is to go beyond both employee satisfaction and engagement and start focusing on enabling happiness at work by understanding needs and personal aspirations of employees and co-create the future. Let me take this opportunity to share a brief overview of a model that I have worked on towards enabling a happy workplace, where we can foster and create a culture where both the employer and employee thrives. There are 4 distinct dimensions in my mind. The first one, and a very critical one, is inspiring leadership. How does the leadership in an enterprise foster pride within, create joyous connections, provide care and attention, live the code of conduct, and support the concept of social responsibility and accountability to the community around? So the first element is inspiring leadership. The second one is where a company has to embrace progressive practices that could be in creating an enabling environment, focus on well-being, creating a meritocracy environment, enabling flexibility within the enterprise, focus on fairness, and very importantly, invest in diversity. The third lever is empowered growth. How do we provide enriching roles, nurturing workplaces, create effective supervision, and provide opportunity to progress to every employee within the enterprise? The fourth, and which increasingly is being recognized as the most critical, is personal fulfillment. How does an enterprise create an energizing purpose and a shared vision? How does it create a sense of belongingness? Can it create self-belief? How do you help employees gain mastery and find work-life harmony? All of these, in my mind, have to come together to create a happier place at work. But then I would also like to caution that strategy without execution is at best an interesting conversation. When the task on hand is as complex as harnessing potential, it is imminent to set a clear direction and translate it to simple and manageable steps, which are measurable. The most important need is execution of every step with a great degree of urgency and unwavering purpose, lest we leave a generation behind. Agility in delivery of the planned interventions with a strong focus on monitoring outcomes through a continuous process of measurement is vital. Relentless execution, I believe,
Dr.
is a
Rajan?
very bedrock process.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we're over time right now, and we have to stop at this point of time. So if you have any concluding sentence, then that would be great.
I have, that was my last line. Professor, that was my last line. And I close saying relentless execution is the bedrock of success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajan. And we have our speaker from OECD who has joined us, was facing a technical issue before. So welcome, Ms. Eliza Momadou. Ms. Eliza is the head of the OECD Center for Skills, which supports countries to achieve better economic and social outcomes by taking a whole of government approach and engaging with stakeholders to develop and implement better skills policies. She has more than 20 years of international experience working in the field and at headquarters with the World Bank, UNICEF, African Development Bank, GIZ, and in the private sector. Her expertise spans multidisciplinary projects, institutional strengthening programs, evaluation, gender, and low and middle income countries. Ms. Eliza holds a PhD in economics, an MBA in international business, and a BA in economics. So, welcome, Ms. Eliza Mohamedou, and request you to make your presentation. Ma'am, you're not audible. Ma'am, requesting you to select the right microphone. We are not able to hear you.
Can she even hear us?
No, she can.
No.
But I think just bring her down.
Oh, just bring her down.
Ma'am, you'll have to check in the settings below if you're able to select the right microphone, because you're not on mute and yet we can't hear you somehow.
Can you call her up and tell her?
Let's bring you back after the question and answer round. Let's bring you back.
Okay, so maybe let's do a Q&A round for this thematic session first. So we received a couple of questions. So I'm just picking two of these. The first question is for Mr. Ramaswamy. And the question is that we are living in very exciting times. In the Indian context, organizations are increasingly seeing employees from every generation working together. How do you think we can harness the potential of such teams where expectations vary greatly with age?
Good, thank you so much. That's the most relevant question, and thank you for that. I think there are a few steps in my view that are important if you want to harness the power of multi-generational workforce, right? First of them is to have a clear employee value proposition. This employee value proposition should be across the generation so that it is clear and categorical. And the second one is also a hiring process that earlier used to be for a particular age group in a particular geographical location but that's going to change a lot. So the hiring process should be broad and diverse. The communication within the work place is going to be not just different, but it needs to be flexible and multi-pronged. Different age groups respond to different types of communication. The working styles are different. Some of them work late night, some of them work online. You need to give the positive strokes, some of them. So the working styles and the working environment needs to be diverse to accommodate them. We need to avoid two things. One is to avoid stereotypes. Sometimes we seem to have this impression that young people are always agile and can work hard, whereas older people are always not as active. Older people are wise, the younger people are not, and these kind of stereotypes need to be avoided if you want to get the best of these workforce. Last but not the least, I also think we need to provide learning opportunities. Somehow I feel the old, the Hindu undivided family was similar to the workplace that we are going to see in future. There's going to be this grand old man and grand old woman, and also these youngsters moving around. All of them lived in harmony. All of them learned from each other. They know exactly what need to do to run that family. In some sense, our workforce of future is going to be like that. We need to learn from each other. We need to make sure that as a unit we are working with. You are on mute, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for that. Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy, for that response. The next question is for Professor Desai. So the question is, what are some workplace attributes or characteristics that you think can support women's participation in the labor market?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think we need to look at it from a few different perspectives. So to begin with, I think it's important to focus on the start of the pipeline. So the attraction, getting women attracted enough to your organization that they want to apply to it. And then focusing on what can you do differently to help women stay in your organization. And finally, what can you do to help women get promoted within your organization? So I'll take a stab at each one of these phases. The first phase, attracting women to apply to your workforce. As I mentioned earlier, absolutely use gender neutral or feminine advertising. So make sure that you're not using language that is loaded and unattractive to women, one that they cannot really identify with. The second thing is, and this is a no-brainer really, offer flexible work hours. So some women tend to thrive in a 9-to-5 kind of a culture. Other women would prefer to have some kind of flexibility so that they get to set their own timings. And I think post-COVID, more organizations are opening up to this particular idea. The next thing would be to ensure that you are offering childcare facilities either on your campus if you happen to be a large organization, or partner with other such providers, service providers, so that they are within easy reach of your office, right? Another thing that you can do, and I say this especially in the tech sector, is that you could perhaps reimagine and repackage compensation structures to better cater to women's risk preferences, right? So a lot of times in these domains, be it upper management or be it STEM jobs, the kind of compensation structure is such that there are lots of RSUs, lots of uncertain pay, and sometimes I find that my women clients do not find that very attractive, right? So other than that, there is one resource which is lying totally, I feel, underutilized, which is mothers who are trying to re-enter the workforce after having taken a gap of 2 to 3 years. And research shows that we often tend to stereotype mothers as being warm and as also, unfortunately, simultaneously being lower in IQ levels. So we need to get rid of that kind of thinking and actually facilitate the re-entry of mothers into the workplace. Next, of course, this is a no-brainer as well. You want to make sure that you're paying top dollars for talent. And don't pay employees less simply because they wear skirts, because they happen to be a female. In addition, I think in the interview process, oftentimes what I see happening is that with people using organic interview patterns, they end up asking more interesting questions non-consciously to male applicants compared to female applicants. So make sure that you're using a structured interview process where you're asking similar questions to both male and female applicants. Sorry about that. In addition, to help women stay in your organization, because this is the next leg, you need to make sure that you've got good maternity policies, especially if you're hitting a 25 to maybe 50 target group. Make sure also that you lay out very cleanly and in as clear-cut a manner as possible the criteria for promotion. I say this because, again, I find that with my male clients, because I'm also a negotiation consultant, right, and a career coach, I find that my male applicant, my male clients, they are very confident, sometimes overconfident, and they're likely to apply for higher positions within their organization if they feel that they're, let's say, about 65% or 60% even suited for those roles, for those jobs. My female clients, on the other hand, they tend to be a little on the conservative and reserved side. And until they feel that they have at least like 92, 95% of a good match for those positions, they will not apply. So instead of having vague descriptors of what it will take for a person to go from level A to level B, a higher level, make sure that you are laying out the promotion criteria in as unambiguous manner as possible. Okay, in addition, of course, offer mentorship programs. Make sure that there's an advocate for every woman that has some leadership potential. And train your managers not to fall prey to biased assessments, right? So oftentimes we find that the way that men and women are evaluated is different. And also the kind of assessments that people write when evaluating men and women tend to be different. With women, often they'll use warmth-based words describing how good the woman is in facilitating, let's say, interactions, whereas for male employees, the language that is used is more, oh, wow, this particular individual is so agentic and so forth. And these kinds of gendered language and assessment is something that we need to get rid of. And maybe this is where AI can help us as well. Right?
Professor Desai, I think enough to stop you here because we're entirely over time, and we need to finish the session in time. But thank you for those insights again. And just to wrap up this thematic session, I think all the panelists have identified the key challenges, the desired outcomes, and the pathways in their presentations. Just to list down the key challenges that have come out in these presentations. One is exploiting the demographic dividend, especially right now in India. Dealing with the large informal labor market by increasing the quality of jobs and providing adequate social security. Integrating the increasing WisGen population with the Gen X workers and being able to exploit their joint potential to contribute to the economy in a productive way. Last but not the least, making sure that more and more women in India become a part of the workforce and hence contribute to the income generating activities of the households. Now, how do we achieve these objectives? I think on the supply side, clearly a good quality education and skilling came out clearly from all the talks. But how do we address the specific challenges of these demographic groups? I think here the key pathways are, one, institutionalizing the care work, both old age care and the child care work, exploiting the increasing digitization to increase opportunities and create new kinds of jobs and working arrangements for both women workers as well as the WisGen population. Here, the hiring processes need to be relooked at for both aging population as well as for female workers, and also customizing the training needs and requirements of different demographic groups. I think lastly, what came out in some presentations was also creating demand. So while we focus on the supply side, let's not forget that we also need enough creation of job opportunities. So here we need to create both the young and the older workers, creating skills, using them in complementary skills, again, both for male and female workers, and also making sure that age and gender discrimination is, can be identified and reduced in the labor market. So let me stop here and I'll hand it over to Jasleen now.
That was a really insightful discussion, truly enriching and thought-provoking. I would like to thank all the speakers of this thematic session and also the moderator, Professor Kanika. Thank you so much for managing this session. Our second thematic session will focus on environmental trends. This session will feature topics such as driving businesses towards circular economy, evolving and emerging jobs, opportunities, challenges, and the transition to green jobs, identifying and reskilling. We will end this session again with a question and answer round. And without further ado, I would like to introduce to you the chair and moderator of this session, Dr. Anjal Prakash. He has a PhD in Social and Environmental Sciences from Water Resources Management Group, the Department of Environmental Sciences, Wageningen University, the Netherlands, and a Master of Arts in Social Work with specialization in urban and rural community development from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Dr. Prakash has extensive experience in South Asian countries and has managed research projects in Pakistan, Nepal, India, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. He is a coordinating lead author of the special report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, on Cryosphere and Oceans 2019, the lead author in the sixth assessment report of IPCC 2022, and a member of the task force on gender at IPCC. Of IPCC's WG2 focusing on climate change and adaptation. I would like to hand over to Dr. Prakash to introduce the speakers and set the context for this session.
Thank you so much for this very generous introduction. Let me a very warm welcome to all my listeners and the viewers from different parts of the world. We are going to focus on the mega trends shaping of the future of the work. Second thematic session, which is focusing on climate in environmental trends. Now, as we know, the world is facing multiple environmental challenges, including resource scarcity. The climate crisis, as we all know, is out there, and the need for purpose-driven businesses. To address these challenges, it is essential to be ready for a green workforce that is equipped with the skills and knowledge needed to create the sustainable future. Now, next 50 minutes, we are trying to dwell upon each of these themes as we go along. We have a very good line of speakers today. The first speaker is Sri Dinesh Jagade. He is Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India and New Delhi. He is, okay, so Sri Dinesh is actually currently serving as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. He's having over 30 years of experience in electrical and renewable energy industry. He has degree in electronics in engineering and a master's in business administration with specialization in marketing. He has spent his career with various capacity in the renewable energy industry and has been in his thorough knowledge of regulatory permitting and licensing processes across the renewable states. Prior to joining the industry, to the ministry, he has actually spent about a decade in the renewable energy professional in the wind and solar industry. He is working on several policy matters for the development of renewable energy in pursuit of achieving the ambitious targets of 500 gigawatt of total energy installed capacity for the year 2030 from non-fossil fuels energy sources. Very important portfolio that is handling. Very happy to have him as one of the panelists. Second panelist is Professor Sumit Agrawal. He is a professor of finance, economics and real estate at the National University of Singapore. He will be telling us about how driving businesses towards a circular economy and evolving and the emerging job opportunities and challenges that we have. Professor Agrawal is professor at the School of Business and professor in the Departments of Economics, Finance and Real Estate in National University of Singapore. Previously, he had held positions as a professor of finance at Georgetown University, senior finance economist in the research department of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, and a senior vice president and credit risk management executive in the small business risk solution groups of Bank of America. Dr. Agrawal research interest includes issues related to financial institutions, household finance, behavioral finance, international finance, real estate market, urban economics, and capital markets. Now, the third speaker of the day is Professor Giovanni Marin. He's associate professor and he is professor of applied economics at Department of Economics, Society and Politics at the University of Arbino Carlo Bo from Italy. And since 2019, he's a leader of Arbino unit of the Inter-University Center for on Sustainable Environment Economics and Dynamic Studies. He'll be talking to us on transitioning to green job identification and reskilling process. Professor Martin teaches environmental economics, economics of innovation, and applied econometrics. He received his PhD in economics from market and institutions from IMT Institute of Advanced Studies in Italy in 2012, and has been a postdoctoral researcher with the Institute of Sustainable Economic Growth in the National Research Center of Italy. In 2021, he received a European Award for Researchers in Environmental Economics. Let me just check if the first speaker is Mr. Jagade is here already. Could I request Mr. Jagade to please give your first your thoughts on the policy implications as we go along on the environmental trends that we have. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anjal Prakash. I am Dinesh Jagdale, the Joint Secretary at the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, my secretary was supposed to be here, but he has to be in a meeting. So I am in his seat here trying to deliver his remarks on his behalf. So distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship for organizing today's webinar on Megatrends and Future of Work under the G20 Employment and Education Working Group umbrella. We are in the decade of action, and we need to scale up efforts to achieve the SDG agenda by 2030. Timely identifying relevant megatrends and aligning them with our shared objectives would be a key enabler to this need. The need to act fast becomes even more imminent in light of the scientific evidence that suggests that climate change, the adverse effects of which are already visible across the globe. Now, these could have catastrophic effects if the global warming breaches the 1.5 degree mark. To avoid the impending climate crisis, the world will have to undergo a timely energy transition to new and renewable energy sources. The global economic development aspirations coincide with a shrinking carbon space, intensifying climate risk, and growing geopolitical adversity. For several countries, the process on sustainable development goals is reversing. Energy demand is rising, and their fiscal bandwidth is stressed as they strike a balance between cleaning up their energy mix and keeping energy supplies affordable for large proportions of their population. For the world to achieve a net zero future, solar and wind power capacities must grow more than 17 and 10 times respectively between now and 2050. For hard-to-abate sectors, green hydrogen ecosystem has to be scaled up. Rapid adoption will help realize the desired impact of the SDGs. The global community will face resources-related challenges as the transition unfolds. These would cover raw materials, finance, technology, and manpower. Access to finance and technology needs to be provided through an enhanced international cooperation and in line with the Paris Agreement. Raw material related challenge can be hedged by diversifying supply chains, building resilience, and transition to circular economies. In the recent times, we have seen a lot of action on these fronts, which is a good sign. The most important challenge would be to put in place the requisite workforce to support the transition. Even in a country like India, one of the youngest and the most aspirational in the world, we have heard industry leaders talking about this issue. This is a matter of concern, which India is already working on. And as per the estimates, about 3.4 million green jobs will be generated in India's solar and wind energy sectors by 2030. This is enormous. And these sectors employed around 164,000 workers as of financial year 2022. In the last year alone, those sectors have added about 52,700 new jobs in project development roles. This was 8 times more than the additions that we saw in the financial year 2021. India's Skill Council for Green Jobs has played an important role in readying our green force, as we also have our National Institutes of Solar, Wind and Bioenergy and other premier institutions like the IITs, technology-specific skill building programs like Surya Mitra for solar, Vayu Mitra for wind power, Varun Mitra for solar water pumping, and Jal Urja Mitra for small hydropower have benefited hundreds of thousands of professionals in India. More than 100,000 people were trained across the green business domain last year alone. And we also like to take this forward in the bioenergy sector. We will intend to bring in similar programs to train our skills force in the bioenergy sector as well. The industry demand skilled professionals will continue to rise as more and more organizations recognize their role in the global energy transition. Through frameworks, initiatives like ESG, science-based targets, RE100, SDG 7 energy compacts, and others, we have witnessed a consistent rise in green ambitions of the industry world over. The good work here needs to continue and continue. The Government of India has been implementing special programs to facilitate greater participation of our youth in the RE sector, world-class curated courses, substantial scholarships, and awareness programs to educate youngsters in the remotest parts of the country about the potential the sector holds on for them. The government also provides research fellowships through its key institutions to promote research in the green energy domain. The International Solar Alliance, co-founded by India, also provides such fellowships and assistance to benefit the global citizens. India's renewable energy sector has been thriving and is one of the most preferred destinations in the world for global investments. Excellent career opportunities are already available through targeted skill development and capacity building programs. We are skilling a workforce to assume bigger and more important roles in the renewable energy sector. Even though strategies may differ globally, we would always be united upon the common vision of building a sustainable future for our generations to come. The workforce would be the real executors of this endeavor, and as such, readying them for the humongous task ahead would be crucial for achieving the SDG agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to this valuable insight of our speakers on the opportunities and challenges likely to be present before us and the solutions and strategies that we use. Thank you for giving this opportunity to me, and all the best for the rest of the session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Jagdale, that was an impressive figure that you portrayed. 3.4 million jobs in the renewable sector by 2030. Impressive number. 52,000 jobs are already generated in green jobs. That's wonderful to know. And I really look forward to the impact of these policies on ground. And thank you so much for being with us. Kindly stay and contribute further because there will be question answer session.
You will have to excuse me, Dr. Prakash. I think I came in to just ensure that I read out, and I'm
no problem, sir.
All the best for the rest of the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. And we'll keep interacting with you. Thank you. My next speaker is Professor Sumit Agrawal. As I spoke, he's a professor of finance, economics and real estate at National University of Singapore. He'll be talking on driving businesses towards circular economy. Very interesting topic that I really look forward to. Over to you, Professor Agrawal. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Anjan, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me to this very important workshop. And I am very pleased to be here. So let me start out by thinking about circular economy first. I mean, generally, if you think about this, itself is a new concept. We traditionally think of corporations, which are profit-driven, are always driven by CEO compensations and actually using acronyms like, how much revenues they are generating as a function of their assets and things like that. And they are not thinking about the future. They think CEO's life is 5 to 10 years in any corporation, and they think about how to maximize the returns on investment in those 10 years. That to me is not a circular economy. That is essentially thinking about linearly, how much do I gain or achieve during my tenure or my term at any given position. And that's how we are actually trained to think. What a circular economy then means? It means that we need to endogenize the externality that we may be creating. For instance, a CEO may be in the coal industry, and they're extracting coal to provide energy to the demands of any city or any country. Now, in that sense, they are purely thinking about how to extract that coal efficiently, how to transport that coal, and maximize profits. In a circular economy, what that CEO now also needs to think about is how to make sure that the area from which I'm actually extracting coal is actually rejuvenated. Maybe there's more plantation there. Maybe we can grow trees in the future there, so we can actually absorb carbon that I'm actually taking away and then burn coal. Similarly, it could be any other industry. You could be in technology industry. You could be in airlines industry. You could be in auto industry. Most of the CEOs, all the people think more linearly on what the outcome will be, what the profits will be, and not circularly. So I think it's very important for corporations to start thinking circularly. Now, there has been some push in that direction. So for instance, when we start thinking about CEO compensation and management compensation, not purely based on returns and profits, but also on other dimensions like ESG scores. How are they doing on their social scores? Are they having diversity in the firm? Are they having a good governance? Those are important. But on the environmental front, when I think about ESG, we have done fairly well on G, which is governance. We are doing okay on S, which is social issues within an organization. But when we think about environmental front, I think we are still behind. Companies are saying they're putting out sustainability reports. All kinds of firms are, and they're saying we are conscious on the environmental front, and so grade us on it and grade our management on it, and actually use that in terms of what our share price will be, which will determine the compensation of the CEO. So I think they're talking about it. They're paying lip service, but they're also undoing it in many dimensions. For instance, all the talk about greenwashing. So they may say that, look, a coal company is saying, I am actually doing a lot for the environment, but on the other hand, they may actually be doing other things that are really bad for the environment, but they are not showing up in their sustainability reports. So while we may think we are actually going to be compensating them on this E part or grading them on this E part, but I don't think we are sufficiently doing that. But I think we should be broader in our thinking. We should not put all the burden on the corporations itself. I mean, we say, look, corporations, if they don't do it, what we will do is bring in regulation. And regulators or bureaucrats and politicians will make sure that they abide. For instance, countries are now saying we'll increase carbon pricing from $5 a ton of carbon emission by any corporate to say $60 or even $100 or maybe $150. And once we do that, corporations will be abiding and actually realizing that we need to endogenize this externality that we put out, which is carbon dioxide. But let's step back. Let's think about the entire ecosystem. In the ecosystem, we have corporations, but we also have individuals. Now, this top-down approach that we require corporations to abide and actually do their part in making sure they're environmentally conscious is not enough in my mind. We have to get the consumer to be environmentally conscious. What do I mean by that? Now, the biggest footprint of consumers on their biggest carbon footprint or environmental footprint comes through three angles. One is the utilities, which is their gas, their electricity, their water usage. The second is through their transportation choices they make, whether to drive, whether to take carpool, which could be Grab, Uber, and other means of transportation. And third is their food choices. Now, let me just start with food. Now, all over the world, beef is a hugely consumed protein. Now, the beef's carbon footprint relative to lentils is 20 times. 20 times, not 20%, it's 20 times. And it's mainly because the cows actually burp a lot and they emit methane, and methane is a hugely potent greenhouse gas, 20 times more than carbon dioxide. Now, when we don't price beef properly, we may have higher price for beef, but if it's not endogenizing this externality that it puts out, which is that of the carbon emission or the greenhouse emission, then what we are doing is we are cross-subsidizing beef eaters relative to lentil eaters. What do I mean by that? If you look at within a country, we have poor people and rich people. The rich people are more likely to eat beef than the poor people. So the poor people end up cross-subsidizing the rich people who eat beef. Across countries, the same thing. Poor countries tend to eat lentils, and rich people and rich countries will tend to eat beef. So anytime you're eating ruminant animals, in the Indian context, it doesn't have to be beef, it could be goat. Anytime you're eating these kind of proteins, you're actually being cross-subsidized by people who are using lentils. So I think it's the responsibility of the consumers to also think about, oh, we have a responsibility towards the carbon footprint, and we need to endogenize this externality that we create. Similarly, transportation. I mean, there's massive amounts of public transportation where we choose to keep driving our cars and emitting carbon dioxide. Now, I think there is a solution. For corporates, we have finally created an ESG score. Now, E may not be properly measured, but at least we have a scorecard that allows investors or bankers or regulators to look at these corporations and say, look, I know what your environmental footprint is, or social footprint is, or governance footprint is. But for individuals, we actually have nothing. So I propose that we start creating some kind of an ES score for individuals, where we look at your food habits, your transportation habits, and actually your even utilities. And I propose it very simply. Most of our transactions these days around the world are happening through electronic means, debit card, credit cards, and other means. So we can actually just look at your data and know how often do you put petrol in your car, how often do you buy the mass transit ticket, and we know what is your transportation needs and what is your transportation carbon footprint. Similarly, we know where you buy groceries, how often you go out to eat. We can also try to come up with better measures of what you eat and where you eat. Similarly, how you pay your utility bills. So we could come up with an environmental footprint of the consumer and use that to determine, because this bottom-up approach of measuring will allow corporations to say, okay, we need to produce less of these products that have higher carbon footprint, and that will change the nature of corporations itself. That will change the nature of who they hire, and the innovation these corporations might do. A corporation may be producing very carbon-intensive products, but if consumers realize, I'm not going to buy those products, corporations will say, I need to produce alternatives or innovate in this dimension. So I think there is this synergy that to get the corporations to do the right thing, we need the individuals from bottom up to push the corporations to say, no, we will not eat this. Now, why should individuals do that? If we measure this properly, which has come up with a good environmental footprint score of an individual, individuals will push them. Now, why should individuals actually allow you to measure their environmental footprint? I have 4 solutions for that. One is individuals could be given tax credit. If you have a low carbon score, countries could say, we will give you a tax credit, just like we give to corporations. We could also give green credit to individuals. If you actually have a lower carbon footprint, banks could say, I'm going to lower your mortgage rate by a little bit, or your auto interest rate, or any other interest that product that you take from a bank, I'm going to lower that. Third is we're going to stop cross-subsidizing. A lower individual with a lower environmental footprint is right now cross-subsidizing somebody who has a higher environmental footprint. By having a measurement of this, we'll stop cross-subsidizing this thing. And finally, I believe peer effects are huge around the world. We see peer effects all over everything we do. How kids learn from each other to learn faster, sexual habits, smoking habits. So peer effects will be huge if we actually find people who have lower carbon footprint and it credits a carbon score. They can tell their friends, my carbon score is actually low. And others may actually learn from that and realize, okay, I think I need to do something what my friend is doing, and that will also reduce. So I'm trying to lay out a broader agenda for us to think through that for us to create a change, we need to start that change from corporations, which is top down, but also bottom up, where we need to get individuals to be conscious. And both of them will meet somewhere where individuals will push corporations to say, okay, you need to innovate, you need to change your business practices, and that will create a difference in how companies will actually practice, and that will create new jobs in a circular economy that I've been thinking about. So I'll stop here. I'm happy to come back later to discuss questions and answers. But this is my view of thinking about a circular economy where we have all players, top-down players, corporations, and bottom-up players, individuals, to actually create this circular economy, new jobs, and innovation.
Thank you so much, Professor Agrawal. That was a wonderful session, and emphasizing on circularities of economy, the ESG scores, and I love the way you said that we are going good on governance, but on social scores we are also okay. But on the environment front, we still have to buck up a lot. Also, greenwashing. You warned us about consumers to be environmentally conscious, and what are footprints of the food choices that we have. And finally, the ES scores for individual. I think that's a new idea that you have floated. So wonderful to hear further. And I'm asking you to please stay for a question answer session, because I see a lot of questions pouring in for you as well. So let me see, in the interest of time, I'll go now to Professor Giovanni Marin. He would be talking about transitioning to green job identifications and reskilling. It's a very important topic of the day. So over to you, Professor Giovanni Marin, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you for the invitation. Just to link to the previous speaker, my bank is doing something similar to what Professor Agrawal was proposing. So my bank is showing me where I am compared to the average Italian consumer in terms of footprint as estimated from my expenditure from the bank. So that's something very interesting, and some bank is doing that. My bank is the largest bank in Italy. So my talk is going to be about mostly the economic analysis of green skills. We are well aware that green jobs are a specific type of job. They are growing on a growing path compared to other types of jobs. We've seen also that in India there are 3.4 million people employed in the green energy sector, which is actually very small for India in relative terms. But what is very interesting is the growth rate of it, which outperforms a lot the growth rate in employment in other sectors and occupations. I say the occupation on purpose because I, together with other colleagues of mine, we have been working a lot on the concept of green occupations as a measure of a green job. There are many definitions of green jobs in the academic literature and also by international organizations. Some people define green jobs as the ones which are behind the creation and diffusion of environmental technologies. For example, researchers developing new photovoltaics or new batteries to store energy. Then other statistical institutes, for example, the Eurostat is defining green jobs as the employment which is employed in green industries. So an industry which produces products or services which contribute to solving some environmental problem, like renewable energy. Then there are other approaches, and this is the one followed, for example, by the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the US, where surveys were run in the past to identify green jobs as the ones in firms and establishments producing environmental goods and services across any industry. Another approach, which is the one I prefer and other people are also trying to exploit recently, is the focus on occupations. So occupations are defined as a bundle of tasks performed on the job by the worker. There were recently some release of definition of green occupations. So green occupations that perform tasks which contribute to greening of the economy in any firm or industry. So we have green tasks that are performed even in very polluting sectors to reduce the impact of polluting sectors. Those contribute to reducing the environmental burden and reach environmental targets. So wherever an environmental engineer is hired, it could be considered a green job because it performs green tasks. The International Labour Organization tries to put together all those different approaches to measure green jobs, and it adds a very important criterion to identify green jobs. So green jobs should contribute to environmental targets in a way or in the other through environmental outputs, processes, or technologies, but they should also be decent jobs. So in that respect, the green jobs should also contribute to the social sustainability. So they should be jobs which are safe enough, well paid, and with good working conditions. Green jobs are relevant for policy purpose to understand how big is the green economy, but also the identification of green jobs is crucial to understand whether there is some barriers limiting the full deployment of the potential of green jobs. More specifically, there is this workshop today, this webinar is about skills. Green skills is what is needed to be employed in a green job. If the worker is not endowed with the necessary green skills for the green job, then there is an issue. So there will be an open vacancy which cannot be filled because the lack of available skills among the potential candidates. Green skills could be defined, for example, as those skills which are disproportionately required in the occupations which are performing green tasks. So environmental engineers requires skills which are different from other types of engineers, and those skills could be defined as green skills. In a work, in a recent paper I published with some colleagues from Italy, France, Spain, and the US, we use this approach to identify 4 broad groups of skills which are relevant for attaining environmental targets. A first group concerns more technical and engineering skills, so really technical, so how to solve the problem from a technical viewpoint, environmental problem from a technical viewpoint. Then we have scientific skills. Those are mostly needed, so in our work we identified physics and biology. Those are very much needed for developing the scientific knowledge for the technical solution of problems, so they are more close to research and development. Then we have really the application of environmental solutions, which require a knowledge about regulation, public regulation for the environment, for environmental purposes, so law and government, and also the monitoring of the compliance with the standards. So to see whether the company is complying with environmental regulations. And finally, we have green occupations require skills to manage an organization and a production process, so operation management skills. Going back to the economic mechanism behind green skills, I would like just to give you a hint of what are the economic issues when it comes to green skills. So we have that there is an urgent need to change our economies in the direction of a more sustainable development. And many countries in the area are self-imposing or agreeing upon very ambitious targets. So I'm from Italy, from the European Union, and Europe decided upon unilateral reduction in emissions that contribute to climate change, and they are very ambitious. To reach those targets, we expect a huge increase in the demand for green tasks. So a demand for people who is able to perform green tasks on the job. This in turn will and actually currently implies a shift up in the demand for the skills required for those green jobs, so the green skills. The issue here is that if the demand is shifting up, so more skills are needed, but there is no response from the supply side, so the labor force is not able to provide those skills, then there are 2 issues. The first issue is that the attainment of the environmental target becomes very, very hard, because labor and green skills are a crucial input to attain the target. So reaching the environmental target becomes expensive from a societal point of view, and could become even technically very hard to reach. On the other hand, we have a distributional effect. Given that just few people are endowed with the right set of green skills to attain environmental targets, those people will benefit a lot from this shift in the environmental regulation in favor of the environment. And they will gain in terms of higher wages, while the rest of the workforce will struggle with lower wages and difficulties in finding new jobs, especially in those sectors which are damaged by the green transition, such as coal mining and related sectors. To conclude this economic analysis, let me go to the next step. So there is also an issue for providing the set of skills, not only in general to the whole set of the workforce, but also more specifically provide those skills to the people who is displaced by the sustainable transition. So in the sustainable transition has very clear losers, especially those workers employed in companies and sectors which should disappear because of the transition. So some sector should reduce in size, but some sectors should really disappear. Coal mining, coal producing power plants, those sectors should not exist in a few years or decades. So there is an issue of job-to-job transition for those workers. The first issue is about the skill mismatch. So whether the people which is displaced by the green transition is has the same set of skills as the ones which are in high demand in the green economy. According to our analysis, actually the distance is not very large. So many jobs which are used in the brown sector, in the polluting sector, could be quite easily re-employed in green occupations. The skill distance is usually quite small, but not zero. So there is need for some training and retraining. Second issue, even more important probably, is the geographical location of polluting activities and green jobs. Usually polluting activities tend to be very much concentrated geographically. Think about mining, which is usually very much concentrated, or large plants for steel or steel production, or huge power for fossil fuel power plants. On the other hand, however, green jobs tend to be very much dispersed. So the production of renewable energy is a diffused production. So here we have a geographical mismatch. People who is displaced in very specific locations, which are very much concentrated, and should be reemployed in a broader geographical location. So here we have frictions in the relocation of people, depending on the cultural context and on the specific.
Yeah, your time is up, sir. Can you just conclude in next 1 minute?
Yeah, sure. I got to the end. The last point is really 30 seconds, is that not only green jobs, jobs which are displaced are very much geographically concentrated, but also they are also currently impacted by other very important megatrends. So the next thematic session will talk about automation and technological change. Usually occupations which are in the polluting sector are also exposed to international competition. So I'm talking about as a person in the OECD area. Then they're also exposed to automation and technical change, and they're also very much geographically concentrated. So they are very vulnerable workers, which require a specific attention in terms of retraining and social security safety nets. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Giovanni, for that very insightful session. Next, we'll be calling Ms. Elisa Momodou from OECD. She's been waiting a while. Apologize for the delay in bringing you here. And
thank you, Jazreen. Can you hear me this time?
We can hear you loud and clear, ma'am.
Perfectly. Thank you very much, and thanks for the patience and the team's support. Perhaps we can put up the PowerPoint that I have, and I'm just going to very quickly go through a global perspective on the future of work, and I'm going to try to unpack how globalization, demographic change, digitalization, green transition that was just discussed now by the previous speakers are shaping the future of work. So if we go to the next slide, since even actually before the COVID-19 pandemic, countries have been facing a number of challenges. One of the principal among these is maintaining the quality of human capital. And many countries have struggled to develop and use skills in an effective way to unlock the benefits of the rapidly changing economy. So, of course, increasing trade between countries has also altered the occupational structures. And in this graph, we can see that on average across the OECD, around 30% of jobs were sustained by foreign final demand, which are really jobs that depend on exports, which makes clear that labor markets are sensitive to foreign economies. And in this context, countries' competitiveness will depend on their capacity to develop the right skills among their workforce to boost high value added activities. In India, the share is lower, 14%, reflecting the relatively large size and lower dependency on exports and imports. So if we go to the next slide, the second megatrend I'd like to unpack is the demographic changes. And old age dependency ratios are expected to rise in all G20 members in the next decades. And we can see in this graph that population is estimated to keep aging, of course. The number of people older than 65 is expected to increase significantly in all countries by 2060. Japan, of course, is experiencing the fastest aging of its population, with 47 adults over 65 per 100 of working age. While India's population is not aging as rapidly as other countries, the number of people older than 65 years per 100 of working age is expected to more than double by 2060. So this will certainly have an impact in the labor market as well as in the structure of work. Organizations will need to adapt their practices in order to respond to changing populations and also, of course, intergenerational workforces, which we will see more and more in the workplace. Diversity will also alter the pools of candidates and the needs of employees, and your previous speakers as well, looking into women in particular, hinted at that. So demographic changes have also an impact on the needs of the population. For instance, an aging population will increase the demand for certain products and services, such as healthcare and personal services, and this as well will in turn affect the type of skills that will be needed in the labor market. Moving on then to the next slide. You can see, of course, that, apologies, it seems to, yes, that's the one. So, of course, it's no surprise that digital technologies have transformed the way we live. But in this occasion, I'd like to highlight how automation is permeating the workforce. The OECD's most recent research shows that the accelerated growth of artificial intelligence has put at risk a high risk of automation around 28% of occupations. Now, this does not necessarily mean all the employees in these occupations will be replaced by robots or software, but that the demand for skills in manual jobs may decrease, while the demand for more advanced digital skills and the ability of interacting with machines is expected to increase. Next slide then. Thank you. So lastly, as well here, extreme weather events and natural disasters, unfortunately, have led governments to adopt far-sighted strategies to mitigate climate change and to promote a green transition. And among those strategies, countries are boosting, of course, the use and development of renewable energies. We can see in this graph, renewable electricity has more than doubled since 2014 and is expected to keep growing in the coming years. And this shift towards a green transition is expected to disrupt several occupations and potentially push many employees from high CO2 emission to new jobs. Again, this does not necessarily mean there will be higher unemployment. And in fact, the ILO expects the green economy to create about 25 million jobs by 2030. In the next slide, really just trying to bring together and see what does this all mean. The megatrends are shaping the future of work in unprecedented ways. And similarly, the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted the workplace and showed us that the future is not entirely predictable. Therefore, we need to understand that the skills demanded in the labor market will keep changing. And in this context, adults will need to keep upskilling and reskilling. And depending on the labor market needs, this makes lifelong learning, of course, ever more important. To ensure that countries have a high quality human capital, governments should promote a skills-based culture and recognize all skills, even the ones developed in non-formal or informal learning. Governments need to build robust, collaborative ecosystems through holistic integration of research and development, academia, employees' organizations, and policies agencies. It's really this collaborative and holistic approach that can help adapt education and training curricula, create synergies, and maximize learning opportunities to ensure that no one is left behind. And then the last slides, I'm just putting some of the, if we move to the last slide, some of the resources we have where you can get directly on our website, and on Twitter. We also announce the publications and events we have around this. So thank you very much, and we can stop sharing the slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We will now resume our earlier session with the permission of the organizer. Jasri?
Yes, sincere thanks to Ms. Eliza Momadou from OECD. OECD is the knowledge partner for the Education Working Group and the Ministry of Education for G20. And we were really honored and privileged to have you here, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So we resume the earlier session. Thank you, Jasreen. Could we have the both the speakers in the frame, please? So thank you so much again. We very quickly, there were a lot of questions that are pouring in, Sumit and Giovanni, but I'm just going to concise some of them for the interest of time. The first question goes to Sumit Agrawal, Professor Agrawal. The question is, how do we think that organizations from different types of economies adapt to climate crisis in terms of changes to internal processes and strategies? You did talk about ESGs, but what could be the challenges that you see? Over to you, Professor Agrawal.
I mean, there are enormous challenges for corporations right now. Financing is a big challenge. What will happen to the financing needs? How will the regulators push the financing sector? Could be investors, could be banks, on how should they actually think of financing some of these non-green sectors, or pushing financing towards green sectors. And that will have a huge effect on where the new jobs are created and where the jobs are being taken away from. I also think another aspect is the role of the universities and the education sector. Look, we talk about upskilling and reskilling. I think one important concept we should think about is lifelong learning, where a student doesn't get a degree in 4 years and then is supposed to use that skill which they learned 5 years, 10 years, 20 years ago for their whole life. They should get half their education upfront at a university, and they should have credits from the university for lifelong. So essentially, think about ISB. ISB could give their degree, half of it right away, and the other half payment could be made over the lifelong, and they could take one credit, come back and take a credit at ISB or NUS and anywhere, and then they reskill or upskill like that based on the needs of the industry. If the industry is moving to green or some other sector, they come back and reskill. And the universities need to step up their game in making sure they're equipped for this kind of change in the world. And I think the universities are not clearly thinking that that's their important role in this future of skills and jobs.
That's a very interesting thought, Professor Agarwal. I think we must take this further forward. Let me just cross over to Professor Marine. The question to you, Professor, is given the emergence of green job, what are the implications of the changes in the labor market, especially in the context of emerging skill gaps that you see you have already spoken about? So how can policymakers anticipate and advise nations on capacity building and training, which is a very crucial area? What would you have to say, Professor Marine?
Your mic is off.
Thanks. As for the labor market implications, as we envision a very radical transition to a different way of producing and consuming soon, otherwise we expect really huge disasters. This massive change is also reflected in the labor markets in terms of huge imbalances in the type of skills which are required. I'm thinking about the current renovation wave in Europe, which is expected to renovate several million buildings. And the building sector is not equipped with that in terms of really quantity of people with the right set of skills. So this will create huge bottlenecks on the one hand in the labor markets, and also probably large inequalities across workers. As for the policymakers, there is need also to understand which are the new skills which are emerging. Also because different from automation or for the digital skills, the skills for the green economy are very much diverse and unknown as of now, especially if you think that many of the technologies are under development. So there is need for a prompt monitoring of what is emerging. For example, by looking at job ads and try to understand which are the emerging trends from the demand side of the labor market, and respond to these emerging trends with updated lifelong learning strategies. I think the proposal by Professor Agarwal is really challenging and interesting and provoking, because universities are usually very rigid in their offers.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me just summarize the three major points that came out apart from the suggestion that Professor Agarwal has. I'll skip that because that's something that we probably can discuss slightly further. But definitely the 3 points. The first, definitely about the climate crisis, that effect of climate change is becoming more pronounced, more frequent, and severe weather events are rising. We've seen the sea level rise. We have environmental challenges. Now, within this challenge, the green workforce is needed to develop solutions to mitigate climate change effect and adapt to the changing environment. And keeping energy supply for renewable resources becomes very essential. That's the first speakers talked about. Now, they're looking at the second point, which is on circular economy. Is definitely a model that aims to minimize waste and maximize resource efficiency by keeping resources in use as long as possible and designing products for reuse and recycling. Now, the benefit for this transitioning to a circular economy includes reduced waste and pollution, increased resource efficiency, and potential cost saving for businesses. Now, challenges such as in this whole area is about new infrastructure, technology, and potential costs. It has to be overcome, and policymakers has to collaborate with the other parties and the stakeholders. And that's very critical for success. Coming to the third point, Professor Martin's thing about the green workforce. Now, we know that it's essential to invest in education training program that focuses on sustainability, environmental science, and renewable energy. It's also important to provide opportunities for hands-on learning and to encourage innovations and collaboration among students and professionals in the field. I think the green transition does not have a general purpose technology, unlike the digital transition. So green skills are not limited to high level cognitive skill, but may be called out for a non-great green task. And that's something that we all need to probably dwell further. So thank you so much, Professor Agarwal, Professor Martin, for very interesting conversation. And I look forward to going further from here. Over to you, organizers. Thank you so much.
Thoroughly enjoyed this session, and thank you so much to all the speakers, and a special thank you to Professor Anjal Prakash for such a superb job at moderation. We'll break for 10 minutes, and we will be back by 4:40 for the third thematic session on tech trends.
Bye-bye.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you.
Every movement, every effort, every act, everything we do today is a step towards a better tomorrow. A tomorrow that ensures upliftment of lives of the citizens. It is the story of mankind, from inventing the wheel to sending space missions to Mars. We have always strived for a better tomorrow. A tomorrow that gives us hope and at the same time poses challenges. Are we ready for it? Are we well equipped to meet the obstacles head on? Are we skilled to handle what the future holds for us? The time to act is today. Globalization and digitalization have given added thrust to the wheel of time. World is going through a rapid transformation. Mega trends in the form of demographic trends, technology trends, environment trends, and globalization are shaping the future of work. We must be ready to face and adapt to these changes and challenges. We must be skill ready. Catch our esteemed speakers live in the webinar on Megatrends, Shaping the Future of Work,
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the break for the webinar on Megatrends Shaping the Future of Work. We have had two lovely sessions, one on demographic trends and one on environmental trends. And I see that our next panel is also ready on the backstage. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the moderator for this session. We have with us Professor Chandrasekhar Sripada, who is a professor of organizational behavior practice. He combines vast practitioner experience with deep academic interests in teaching, research, and scholarship. His current research interests are focused on leadership, talent, culture, and the future of work in digital economies. He was a C-suite executive with large public, private, and MNC firms and held the role of the CHRO for 40 years. He has a wide cross-border experience of leading people and building human capital strategies across continents, nationalities, and cultures. Apart from teaching PGP and modular programs, he also teaches extensively in the Indian School of Business's executive education programs. So I will hand over to Professor Chandrasekhar to introduce the speakers of this session and set the context. Sir, you are on mute.
I said thank you and very delighted to be here. This is an extremely important event for us. Thanks to the Ministry of Skills Development and Entrepreneurship, NSTC, to partner with ISB in this event, as also to have me the opportunity to moderate this session. This session is of special interest to me for two reasons. One is it kind of strongly resonates with my own interest in teaching and research, but it also is extremely pertinent. The generations to come will not excuse us if we do not prepare the skills by keeping the future as it unfolds and understand it and decode it almost in real time. So I think this is a very, very timely session, and the fact that what we deliberate here will go and inform the skill strategy document prepared for the G20 nations is a great opportunity to help that process of preparing the present and the next generation. The theme is very, very important. If the last session was about climate change, this has almost a similar, the mega trends of technology, the way AI, ML, and other new technologies are influencing the present and the future of work. It's not so much future already. There is a lot of what we are going to see is happening, and it will only increase. And similarly, the development of the virtual workplaces and the hybrid work and all the other variations that have come up in the way we work, I think unless we understand and gain actionable insights in how might we shape the skill strategies of nations to help people, organizations, and leadership prepare for this new future informed by AI, ML, as well as the virtuality of workplace, I think we will not be ready for that future. So this webinar is an absolute right time. We have also a wonderful lineup of speakers. It will be my pleasure to very soon introduce them to you. But I must tell you that we have an extremely important leader from the government, Srimati Trishaljit Sethi. Thank you, madam, for being here. You are the Additional Secretary and Director General in the Directorate of General Training. And you are an officer from Indian Postal Service. What attracted me in your bio is that you are a medical doctor. You have such a variety of experience. You are a Bachelor of Law, you've done public policy, you have been trained in many countries in Australia and England, and you've also held important positions in the Ministry of Skills and Development, other parts of government. There's another tiny bit of your bio that attracts all of us, and I think our audience should know that you have also worked with the Indian Army. And I'm sure these are interesting experiences that prepares you for the big picture role that you are performing. We look forward to listen to you. But give me a moment. I'll also introduce the two other distinguished speakers. We have Professor Fanish Puranam, the Roland Berger Chair Professor of Strategy and Organization Design at INSEAD. He'll speak on a very important theme of extreme automation at workplaces, man-machine interface, and how the barriers to imagination, productivity, and creativity are collapsing. He's a very eminent scholar. He's been an elected chair of the organization design community. Puranam's research in organizational science focuses on how organizations work and how can we make them work better. He directs a very interesting course. He transforming the business through AI, Org 2.0 People Analytics at NCR. I'm sure students will be dying to learn from him. An extensively published, researched, really respected academic. Professor Fanish, thank you for being here. And I'll also have the pleasure of introducing my colleague at ISB, Professor Deepa Mani. She is the Deputy Dean, Executive Education, and also of Digital Learning. She's also the Professor of Information System. She's going to talk about virtual workplaces. How do we ensure relevance in the labor market? How do we create smart and boundaryless teams? Professor Deepa Mani is formerly a faculty of the information systems area, but now handles a large number of other initiatives for the school, which are very transformative in nature. And her research and technology related to technology interventions are actually very, very featured extremely extensively in refereed conferences and books and articles and journals. Deepa's other interesting contribution to our school has been to increase our impact and the work with the government, and she's now driving several initiatives with the industry and government in many areas, and especially in the area that we are discussing. So thank you, Deepa, for being with us. And I won't spend too much of time now. Maybe when we finish listening to these distinguished speakers, I'll probably spend a few minutes trying to get some summary, which should be the input to our strategy document. For now, may I ask Madam Trishaljeet to introduce the team, please.
Thank you, Professor Chandrasekhar Sripada, and a very good afternoon to all of you. For the session 3, we will discuss the technological mega trends which would be shaping the future of work in the coming years. As we all know, technology has come a long way and continues to evolve at an exponential pace, transforming the way we live, work, and interact with the world around us. The implications of this technology boom for the future are both exciting and challenging. Automation, by its very name, refers to use of technology to perform tasks that were previously done by humans. These can range from simple repetitive tasks like data entry to far more complex ones like decision making. Digitalization, which is the process of converting analog information into a digital format, has resulted in phenomenal alterations in the ways in which we store, access, and use information. The pace of technological change has been accelerating for decades, and with the advent of artificial intelligence and machine learning, we are seeing an explosion of new applications and opportunities that were once unthinkable. From self-driving cars to virtual assistants, from drones to smartphones, from big data analytics to blockchain technology, the possibilities are endless. For many, there has been a fear that robots and automation would take away our jobs and leave us without work. But the truth is, automation is not a zero-sum game. While it may displace some workers in certain industries, it also creates new jobs and frees up time for workers to focus on higher-level tasks that require human judgment and creativity. For example, AI can help doctors diagnose diseases more accurately while freeing up time for them to spend with patients. In manufacturing, robots can take on repetitive and dangerous tasks, while humans can focus on quality control and innovation. And in customer service, chatbots can handle routine inquiries, while human agents can handle more complex issues. So while automation will certainly change the nature of work, it won't necessarily replace human workers. Rather, it will augment our abilities and allow us to focus on the things that matter most. Having said that, it is extremely crucial that we understand these trends. Rather, we predict these trends beforehand, well in advance, and prepare a skilled workforce that is industry ready. Industry 4.0 is revolutionizing ways to improve the manufacturing and distribution of products. Companies are rapidly incorporating new technologies, including Internet of Things, cloud computing, data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning into their production facilities and throughout their operations. With these changing trends and the new age startups dedicated to AI-based products, there is a high demand of technologically skilled manpower in new age jobs. Now, coming to some concrete examples, we in the skill training under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship have developed some courses related to the Internet of Things. The IoT healthcare allows doctors to diagnose and even treat patients from a remote location, wherein real-time information about patient parameters such as ECG, blood pressure, oxygen saturation, heart rate, temperature, etc. can be sent to the doctor using information technology. Even pictures of the patient indicating pallor, skin color, swelling, decoloration, etc. can be transmitted in real time for diagnosis. Hence, it is clear how the traditional job roles of a paramedic or a hospital assistant would be modified, and skilling, reskilling, and upskilling would be required to cater to the changing requirements. In fields like, say, agriculture too, similar technique can be used by farmers for crop disease diagnosis and treatment by interacting with crop scientists stationed remotely. The IoT Smart Agriculture course, which we have also introduced, teaches techniques where sensors for humidity, nitrogen, potassium, etc. in the soil and other soil conditions for plant growth can be assessed, and automatic remedial measures can be taken. For example, if, say, the moisture content in the soil is low, meaning the soil is dry, the water sprinklers come on automatically. The students are taught the technical know-how and the electronics behind the automated sprinkling system for irrigation. Another interesting area with a lot of job opportunities is data analytics. A lot of universities and colleges are offering this as the demand in industry for big data analysis increases. Data annotation is another upcoming area. It refers to mapping of information or a part of information to a particular field in the database of a software. This is required for a large number of applications, be it automatic driving or translating one language to another, facial recognition, and even GIS global positioning mapping systems. In fact, a few days ago, we were looking at a presentation made by a company who had designed a skilling training program of about 6 months, especially for annotators. Then, with the global focus on mitigating climate change, our session 2, new green skilling jobs roles are also emerging. Finally, extensive use of technology has its own challenges. There could be issues relating to malware, data security, and even privacy of data issues. So, jobs relating to cybersecurity, firewalls, data encryption also would be on the rise. Coming to the second issue, while technology creates the need for new job roles, it has also made learning for those job roles more efficient. First of all, technology has made learning very inclusive. India is laying a lot of stress on bridging gaps, bridging the digital divide. Efforts are made for strengthening the logistical and the administrative ecosystem to deploy and maintain a robust technological architecture. India, with low cost of data and a very high internet penetration, has the platform ready to take technology learning to the masses. The government of India has a huge focus on leveraging online learning for teaching vocational and digital skills. We have several open source learning platforms for the same. The DGT in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship has done so through a flagship initiative called Bharat Skills. This is an online learning platform for the skilling ecosystem and provides free courses for a large number of trades and job roles. It also has e-learning video content, digital content, and several hundred ebooks. Many of these books are now translated in Indian languages. Digital learning platforms also provide opportunity to the learner to work at his own pace and in a flexible environment. Use of AR, VR, augmented reality and virtual reality and simulators for training techniques are also very effective. It can range from a simple machine, like say a welding simulator, which helps our students practice the skill of welding on a screen, which can also very accurately assess the quality of the job he has done. More complex systems can help in imparting training by simulating the real workplace conditions, especially the difficult situations. Recently, we were looking at a software that has been developed using AR/VR. What it essentially does is that it helps transport the skilled workers to a high-rise building for scaffolding and practicing their welding and machinist and these skills. And in these virtual buildings that are almost 30 to 40 floors high. Despite the hardness and other safety features in real-life installations, working at that height is kind of fearful, and this AR/VR technique helps to a large extent in mitigating that. The third trend that I would like to mention is the shift towards boundaryless teams. Traditionally, teams were organized based on either geography, function, or hierarchy. Now with communication technology, it has become people to work with other people from all over the world, regardless of their location or organizational affiliation. The promise of borderless teams is that they will enable us to access a broad range of skills and perspectives, and also to collaborate more effectively. This can lead to more innovative solutions, better decision-making, and more stakeholder participation. From the worker's perspective also, it allows people to work from anywhere at any time. Such hybrid workplaces enable people to work in ways that are more flexible, adaptable, and more personalized. This can lead to better work-life balance, increase productivity, and reduce cost. Another benefit is the reduced environmental cost, particularly in terms of pollution, etc., due to, say, the reduced traveling, whether it is by vehicle from home to office or international global traveling to attend meetings and seminars and conferences. At another level, this trend of flexi place could also help in reducing the migration of skilled manpower from rural or semi-urban areas to urban metropolitan cities. This will help improve the development and the economic growth of these regions as well, and will also mitigate the problem of concentration of population in big cities. However, there are challenges also which are associated with this model of work. Some of them could be potential for isolation and disconnect. Working from home can be lonely and isolating, and it can also make it harder to build relationship with colleagues. Therefore, a balance has to be maintained, and a hybrid model as against a totally virtual model may be better to work for in the long run. Well, in the end, I would focus on another very positive fallout of this technological revolution, and that is reduction in gender disparity. As and when tasks require less and less physical strength and more use of push-button technology, it enables more women to join the workforce. For example, a job of robotic welding as against a regular welding can be done as well as by a woman as a man. Or for that matter, pest control by spray of insecticides in large agriculture holdings can be done by a woman operating a drone with a payload. Also, the flexi hours, the flexi place trends, not only for work, but also for learning, that is for IT-enabled digital learning, for skilling, reskilling, and upskilling that we talked about, would be a great enabler for more women to join the workforce and contribute towards nation building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very interesting perspective, overarching all the aspects that we want to discuss. I will talk a little bit more about what you said, but let me, for the audience, let them remember your interesting statement that automation is not a zero-sum game, that it will create new jobs and that it will free people from the drudgery of some tedious work and give them more interesting work for the future. So that's an interesting observation, and you have said some very other interesting things which we will talk a little later. May I now request Professor Fanish Puranam to join us and give his talk, sir.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm going to attempt to actually show the slides from my machine. If I can do that, that's fine. If I cannot, then yeah, I think it's better actually you show it from your end. So Keshav, if you could please pull up my slides. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about extreme automation. And for me, extreme automation can be interpreted in a couple of different ways. One way to think about it is in terms of the number of people in an organization whose work is taken over by various kinds of technologies. But another way to think about extreme automation is to see the extent of sophisticated work that can be automated. So I'm going to focus here particularly on decision making. I think it's not controversial to say that in any organization of any size, whether in the private sector, in the public sector, in any sector, any industry really, that we have a model that as we climb the layers of seniority in the system, the sophistication of decision making increases. And therefore, one way of thinking about extreme automation would be to actually raise the question of, is it possible to conceive of managerial decisions and decision making in general also becoming automated? Obviously, the technology that is most likely to do that, or at least is at risk of doing that, is artificial intelligence or machine learning, its most recent version. Next slide, please. Today, if you look at where machine learning has had very broad impact, I would say broadly there are 4 categories where the impact is felt very strongly. The first is predictive analytics. This is really using data to make predictions about what will happen in the domain of sales, in the domain of supply chain, in the domain of employees. That's the course that I teach at INSEAD on people analytics, where we use data to predict things like which employee is likely to quit, where is there likely to be attrition, who is a good hire, how to compose teams, how is the culture of the organization changing. These are all predictive analytics applications. The next is natural language processing, which I'm sure everybody is aware of. There have been dramatic changes in the last few months with the introduction of ChatGPT, and I will come back to that in a little while. There's the domain of vision. So in the bottom right, what you're seeing is a picture of the way the world is seen by a self-driving car. And there are some interesting lessons to be learned from that technology, because in many ways, the technology has really advanced very far, but we're still quite far away from getting to a fully autonomous self-driven car ecology. And part of the reason for that is actually to do with the law and with social preferences, and less directly to do with technology. The last but not the least is perhaps the most boring aspect of machine learning applications, the most unglamorous, but probably the most important, which is workflow automation. So a lot of the machine learning technologies in use here are really about automating things that used to be done earlier by hand, and essentially turning them into fully algorithmic embodied processes that essentially take this burden off the hands of people. Now, how are all of these very different looking applications connected, apart from saying they're all driven by machine learning? At the core of them, they're actually all driven by not just machine learning, but by the same underlying logic of machine learning. So let me explain what that means. Let's go to the next slide. At the heart of every machine learning algorithm today, from the most sophisticated transformers to BERTs to deep neural learning architectures and so on, what they're all doing is actually remarkably simple to something we all did in high school, which is to solve the kind of problem I have in front of you. So you might remember this. You have a series of pictures. Your task is to guess what's coming next. So in the first row, for instance, you can see there are 2 hearts, a circle, 2 hearts. We can guess what's coming next is a circle. In the next one, for instance, what's coming next is a square, and so on. So essentially, all machine learning today is driven by the same underlying logic, which is given enough data, if there's a pattern in it, it can detect that pattern and use that pattern to make a prediction. This is essentially all machine learning algorithms work in roughly the same way to do this. Now, there's a lot more sophistication in terms of how complicated the patterns are. In particular, what makes modern machine learning so powerful is it can see patterns in the data that you and I cannot. It can actually find things in there because of its capacity to represent multidimensional spaces. It can go into the data and find things in there that you and I would not be able to see. And sometimes, even after it has found it, we would not be able to understand. But what is really powerful is neither our comprehension before the fact nor our understanding after the fact are actually essential for it to be making useful predictions. That's a very profound point that I want to come back to in a couple of seconds. Next slide, please. So this is where the machine learning revolution really took off over the last 15 years or so, which is learning to recognize and apply patterns is now understood by both computer scientists and cognitive scientists as being at the heart of intelligence. Intelligence itself is the ability to solve problems in an adaptive manner. That's what machine learning is doing too. What's changed is the magnitude of data and the magnitude of processing power. And more recently, literally in the last few years, some new breakthroughs in algorithms as well. These three things have really come together to allow machine learning to get into the business of making predictions based on past data at very large scale. Thank you. Next slide, please. One more. Perfect. So the reason this idea of being able to extract patterns from data and make predictions is so powerful is it turns out that if I look at this very wide variety of machine learning applications that we've just seen, right, ranging from very low-end stuff like image recognition and voice recognition and text recognition, all the way through to the right-hand side where we're looking at reading the culture of an organization from the text that its employees write, or being able to forecast the strategic moves of a company based on their past data. They look like very different kinds of applications, but they're all actually driven by the same logic as that high school test I showed you. In each case, given enough data, we can determine a pattern that allows us to make a prediction. In the case of the image, the prediction is this bundle of pixels a unicorn or a horse or a dog? In the case of the company, the prediction is, will this company grow now through merger or through acquisition or through alliance? Look like very different problems, but at the core of them, both are prediction problems. Now, the reason that's important for our topic today is that all decisions made under uncertainty eventually require predictions. Something as simple as deciding whether to buy a car or a scooter, a house or a flat, whom to date, whom to get married to, which school to send your child to. These are all decisions in which we implicitly make predictions. We're making a forecast about what would happen if we did A versus what would happen if we did B. Now, if you have machine learning able to make these predictions, then of course, your decision quality can improve enormously. This is the reason why machine learning matters not just at the low end, where we are talking about things like image recognition, but all the way up to the high end, where we are talking about employee departure forecasting or selecting a candidate or making a strategic decision. This is the sense in which I mean extreme automation is possible given the kind of machine learning technologies that we currently have. Next slide, please. So the question that people will gravitate to very quickly in this domain is managerial decision-making safe from takeover by machine learning? In other words, can extreme automation, the way I have defined it, actually come to pass very soon? So an intuitive answer is it's actually safe, that we are not at risk for at least three reasons. One, because the logic for their decisions are actually quite difficult to codify. So very few senior managers can write down an algorithm saying, this is how I make a decision when I hire somebody or when I make an investment and so on. Another is the complexity of the problems they handle are so huge that we don't expect any algorithm to be able to do it. A third reason is for a lot of these kinds of decisions that senior managers make, there isn't actually a lot of historical data. We don't acquire thousands of companies in a corporation. Even the largest corporation over a 30, 40-year window may make 500 or 600 acquisitions of small companies, not enough to get deep learning to work. So this is the intuition. I'm going to spend the remaining 5 minutes of my talk to point out that all three intuitions are wrong. Okay, so let's start with the first one. The idea is that the decisions that managers make are very difficult to codify, and therefore these are immune to automation through machine learning. That's not actually correct. So let's go to the next slide and I'll show you why. If you thought about traditional AI, the argument was correct. So traditional artificial intelligence before machine learning is a lot like teaching your child how to do long division. It's a series of rules which can be written down. And as long as that's the only kind of artificial intelligence available, then it follows that if I can't write down my job in a series of rules, then it can't be automated. However, modern machine learning does not work like this. If you could click, please. If you just click, you should see another image come up. So modern machine learning is much more like teaching your child how to ride a bicycle. I'm not giving you a series of rules. I'm not giving you explicit instructions. What I'm doing is providing opportunities to gather experience. And as long as we do that, the child will learn how to ride a bicycle. This makes a big difference, which means even processes and decisions which I'm making without explicit rules, which are just implicit in my head, if you give me enough data about the past decisions I've made and the data on the basis of which I made the decision, the algorithm can detect the pattern in that and effectively automate me. That's a very big change compared to what we had earlier. The second big point that people often take some comfort in is that the problems that senior managers deal with are often so complex that no algorithm can actually find it. This intuition is also incorrect. Let me move on to the next slide. So here is a very basic point. It turns out that there is a theorem called the universal approximation theorem. If you could just click through, we can see all the bullet points come up there. So there is a theorem called the universal approximation theorem, which essentially guarantees that given a data set, there exists a deep learning architecture which cannot be beaten in terms of its prediction accuracy. Right? So just think about that. It means if you had the same data, there is really no way in which a human or any other technology could beat a deep learning architecture in terms of predictive accuracy. So why doesn't that happen more often, and why are we not all out of a job? The reason is very simple. For many problems, we don't have enough of this machine accessible data, right? It's not the complexity, that's my point. So the issue is not that the problems that managers deal with are so complex that no algorithm can describe it. That isn't actually true. It's the other way around. Given enough data, however complex the problem, there does exist a deep learning algorithm which simply can't be beaten in terms of prediction accuracy. There exists. It's not always easy to find that algorithm. Tuning it can take a long time. But the theorem itself is a very powerful limit case telling us we can't hide behind complexity when it comes to automation. So the point really is quite simple. Humans have a future in tasks where the necessary data is not easily machine accessible, right? The last point I want to make, and then I'll close, is that there is an entire set of things one can also think about where combinations of humans and algorithms together can do better than just humans and just algorithms. And this is particularly the case when both human accessible only data coexist with machine accessible only data. So when these kind of circumstances happen, we can put the humans and the algorithms together to create what are called ensembles. Next slide, please. So the logic of an ensemble looks like this. If you can keep clicking through, the images will come up, and you can go ahead and click all of them. That's fine. So basically, the idea here is if you think about one kind of task or type A tasks where clearly the algorithm does better, this is routine automation today. There are type B tasks where clearly the human does better. This is a lot of what is happening today. But increasingly, there may be type C tasks. If you could click, the next image will come up. So in type C tasks, what you actually see is that whereas neither the human nor the algorithm does very well, the combination can do better. How does that work? The logic of ensembling comes down to one simple idea. If I make an overestimate and you make an underestimate, if we average our estimates, we get closer to the truth. This is basically it. So diversity in errors in prediction can be combined together to improve the overall quality of the prediction. There are various variants on that, and there are more sophisticated, less sophisticated versions of the idea, but that's the core idea. This is a domain in which there is a lot of space, I think, for humans and algorithms to coexist. So I'll close my discussion here by pointing to ChatGPT here, which is the big dramatic technological change that was unleashed on the world a few days ago. ChatGPT is a particular kind of technology called a large language model, which is itself a kind of machine learning. And by now, you know, as I said, like any machine learning, it works by finding patterns in the data and making predictions. The prediction that ChatGPT is making is, given your input text, what text is most likely to be useful to you? And it's making that prediction based on the corpus of data, of text that was fed into it, about 45 terabytes. And the particular kind of algorithm it uses is called a transformer, which is a very complex deep learning architecture. It has about 175 billion parameters. That's why it's so good at fitting the data. So what is ChatGPT doing to important managerial jobs? So as of today, it's very clear that the technology has not graduated to the point of being a good search engine, but it's an excellent copywriter. So if you want to write ads, if you want to write business plans, if you want to write summaries of papers, and you can verify that relatively quickly yourself, ChatGPT can certainly take on a lot of those features. Is that extreme automation? I would say yes, because these are things that we would have thought are unthinkable to be automated even 5 years ago. Similarly, these kind of technologies are very good at doing translation, not just into foreign languages, but also into computer languages. So a lot of coding work is completely automatable now. Is that extreme automation?
Yes, it is, because a few years ago, people would have actually said the opposite. I remember talking to many of my colleagues who came and asked me, what advice do you have for my child who's going onto the labor market in 5 years? And I would tell them, make sure you learn coding. I'm not so sure anymore. Entry-level coding jobs are seriously at risk of being automated away by technologies like large language models. So I'll close by saying that we're really standing at the cusp of some very dramatic changes to the labor markets. It's absolutely true, as the previous speaker also pointed out, that historically, technological changes have also led in net to job creation, because for every displacement, there has been new opportunities to find people. I would just humbly submit that that is not a law of nature. We can hope that happens again this time, but we should be careful that it may not. And the reasons for my being slightly pessimistic about this are twofold. All the previous stories of successful re-engagement of the labor force into new domains depends on human ingenuity coming up with new uses for that labor. And second, it depends on the cost of retraining being fairly small. Neither of those are true anymore with the new machine learning technologies we're talking about. What I mean by that is a lot of the new technologies now are creative in their own right. That's what generative AI is, which means a lot of the new opportunities might also be created by machines, not by humans, which means they won't have a pro-labor bias built into the way that humans do. So when we come up with business plans, we think about how to use people. When machines come up with business plans, they may think about how to use machines. And lastly, as I already mentioned, the cost of retraining has become significantly high. So I do think we need to gear up for a significant degree of disruption in the near term. In the long term, we should always remain optimistic, but we should be cautious. After all, this is a kind of mistake where it's not symmetric how wrong you are, right? It's much better in this case, I think, to be pessimistic and be wrong than be optimistic and be wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fanish. Brilliant argument for how machine learning can take over decision making, but the powerful case of human part of the decision making and algorithms coming together is a wonderful point, and a very good counterpoint to the general optimism that jobs will not go, that we have to be cautious. I think extremely important diversity of thoughts that are necessary as we plan the skilling strategy, especially if the cost of training is going to be very high. Thank you. I will see you again soon, but now may I invite Professor Deepa Mani. Deepa.
Hi, Chandra. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Keshav, if you could just beam my slides, please. Thank you very much. That was a wonderful talk by Fanish, as always. I wanted to, the theme is, of course, technology-enabled work trends. And what I will speak about for the next 10 odd minutes is on virtual workplaces. The way I've structured this is I wanted to start with just exploring the wisdom around, the existing wisdom around remote work, and the challenges as well as the benefits of remote work. The previous speaker also commented on how this is in some sense become the norm. So I wanted to motivate with that. And then in conclusion, spend a couple of minutes, that understanding of the pros and cons will also lead me to comment at least on what hybrid workplaces of the future will look like. There's, with the caveat that I will also close with, which is there is limited research in this space, and therefore there's only so much that one can talk about in terms of design of hybrid workplaces. But the good thing is that there is a lot of research that is ongoing in different contexts, in the context of different countries, as well as types of organizations, which will hopefully lead us to more knowledge and an informed commentary on what workplaces of the future will look like. Next slide, please. So remote work is not new. It's been spoken about as early as what I have up there, which is 1965, the American Community Survey and the census data, which examined this, documented about 0.4% of people engaging in work from home who didn't commute. That, of course, grew about 12-fold on the eve of the pandemic to about 5%. And then, of course, the pandemic happened, and I'll talk about that in just a second. But what characterized remote work of that regime was, the three things that I've put up there. It was rare. Clearly, given the numbers, it was very rare. It was restricted to certain classes of workers. It was restricted to telesales workers and a few sectors and occupations that were perhaps tech intensive. So that's mostly what it was restricted to. And most of all, it lacked, I would say, respect from the lack of, because it was correlated with certain types of occupations, perhaps, or it was a very rare phenomenon. What I'm also trying to say here more is that it wasn't normalized. It was an atypical phenomenon, and therefore had certain misconceptions around it. That, of course, all of that changed significantly with the pandemic. The next slide, please. And as the previous graph also indicated, we went from 5% to about 60% in a space of a couple of months. That's, of course, settled. Estimates range, what we find is it's about 30% nowadays. But the pandemic was an unprecedented event, as we all recalled. I put up this slide just to say that, this was, it was very systematic and pervasive in its impact in terms of social distancing policies, lockdown policies that accompanied the social distancing policies, making remote work the norm. And in a span of just a few months, we saw an astronomical increase in remote work. And of course, there were several things that went along with it. There was, of course, the communication and collaboration technology like Zoom and Teams, etc., which saw significant and file sharing technologies, a bunch of technological investments also, which facilitated remote work, saw a significant increase. To Fani's earlier point, TensorFlow, a bunch of investments in AI went up significantly. Increasing the suitability to machine learning of several occupations and tasks therein those occupations. And what we found, therefore, was an amplification of remote work and occupations and business models redesigning themselves, in a machine-intensive way to facilitate remote work as well. So that was something that, it went up significantly. And what we see today is the kind of hysteresis that lingers that lingered from the pandemic, because we've not gone back to an old world of working completely post the pandemic. We've not gone back to 5%. People, workers, as well as organizations have had to accept that remote work is the norm. It's settled back to about 30%, of days now are worked from home in at least the developed West. In the ascendant economies, for instance, it's expected to be about not very far from that number. And although the absolute numbers in terms of percent of days worked from home are lower in Asia and in countries like India, the growth relative to the pre-pandemic days is very similar to what we are seeing in the West. Next slide, please. Which brings us to, asking what are, and therefore it leads us, it's necessary that we have an understanding of this phenomenon. And we understand what are the benefits of remote work. And we also understand what is the downside of remote work. And that understanding of what are the benefits and what is the downside will hopefully lead us to design organizations that optimize employee well-being as well as firm productivity in the long term. So I'm going to start with, just examining some of these benefits. Some of these perhaps, are intuitive, in which case I want to put some data behind those numbers, or at least add to the research behind those points. And if they are unintuitive, I'll try and explain why I think that's the case. The first point is obviously one of, it's one of greater productivity. So there is, again, like I mentioned at the start, there have been surveys, large-scale surveys, most of them done, there are a couple of researchers who've done several large-scale surveys in this space that are situated in several countries, but largely in America and Europe. And what some of that data tells us is that if you look at the data on home days, a big benefit of remote work is productivity. So, and that big productivity gain for employees, and therefore in turn for organizations, comes from the reduction in mileage costs, the reduction in commute costs. So if you're talking about a typical firm that's doing about 3 days in the office and 2 days at home, what the data tells us is that workers save about 70 minutes a day from less commute, less time getting ready, and all of that. And out of those 70 minutes, 30 minutes is spent working more. And that translates into nearly a 3% increase in productivity, or more hours worked, right? Depending on how you can commute. But essentially workers are working more. And therefore it translates into greater productivity. The other benefit is, of course, there's also this benefit of costs in terms of where organizations can cut significantly on office space, especially in dense urban centers like in India, where, again, that reduction in operating costs also translates into greater reduction in operational expenses and get better return on investments for firms. So and the order, the order of costs mentioned is significant, in the order of about 20-odd%. The second benefit, which translates, I talked about how they get 70 minutes a day from less commute, and out of that, 30 minutes is spent working more. The remaining 40 minutes, some part of that is spent on employees getting that extra 40 minutes they spend on things that matter to them. It could be childcare, it could be leisure, whatever are those things. They spend the other 40 minutes on what matters to them and what brings them happiness and satisfaction. And therefore, you also have more satisfied employees. That's another big benefit of remote work. You have more satisfied, you have happier employees. And the other one that comes up is deep work. You're not in the sense, if you want to look at peace and quiet, you want quiet work, you want deep work. Deep work is done better in a quiet environment. And there are several randomized controlled trials which Nicholas Bloom has done, where he talks about how productivity uplifts of about 3% per hour from quiet. And he talks about how this hours of quiet relates to remote work, and how, because of the greater number of hours of quiet that you get, you have more time for deep work. So therefore, there is an additional productivity gain that comes from the kind of environment that you provide for employees and that you facilitate for work. And finally, of course, there is the point of regional inequality that is reduced. You can hire, definitely, there are no boundaries, spatial boundaries to hiring, because workspaces are virtual. And in that case, you are not restricted to local talent, which may be also expensive and difficult to find. If you're a tech firm setting up an office in Bangalore, you know that it's going to be difficult for you to find talent. It's also going to be very expensive for you to hire people here. Similarly, if you're thinking of a tech firm in Silicon Valley, and therefore you can certainly hire across the country. And you can hire even beyond country boundaries. So therefore, those are the two other big benefits from a cost perspective, which is you can reduce your cost of operations to the order of about 20 to 50%. However, there are downsides, of course, to this. The next slide, please. Keshav, next slide, please. Yeah, the downside is, so the big downside is innovation and creativity. There is a reasonably accepted hypothesis that innovation, big ideas, and the creativity that fuels these big ideas come from interaction. They come from collaboration. They come from teams. In fact, there is research which shows that the breakthrough ideas, as measured by patents, publications, are not you are not coming from that lone inventor model. They are coming from collaboration between people. And so therefore people have to come together, discuss, engage, communicate, and collaborate for big ideas. And therefore, if you're driving growth in the organization, you're looking to fuel innovation to drive that growth, you need employees to interact. You need them to come to the site. You need them to come to workplaces to be able to do that. One may argue that collaborative infrastructure and technology will also evolve for us to create and recreate or simulate that collaborative environment. But there's also research which debunks that somewhat. It talks about how in large groups, for instance, groups of more than 8, and these thresholds vary, but somewhere between 8 to 10 people, if the group size exceeds that, then visual gestures, cues, a bunch of these communication cues are lost. And the quality of communication sees a significant dip relative to if that communication had to play out on premise. So that's a significant downside of remote work. The second element which I put up there is a muted org identity, which again the first speaker spoke about this, which is that you don't share, if you're off working remotely, you don't share that strong affiliation with the organization that you would if you had to come into the organization and be on its premises and be housed within it. And therefore there is this muted org identity. There is also evidence or some manifestation of this when we talked about moonlighting during the pandemic, and especially in the tech sector, there were a lot of reports and anecdotal evidence of that. So all of that is reflection of a muted organizational identity that the employee affiliates with. The third is remote infrastructure, which is often underestimated in the case of remote work. This is not as simple as putting up a communication system, but it involves at least 2-3 things. It involves one, ensuring that your employees are situated in environments that allow for efficient and effective remote work. In countries, in our country as well, this also translates to having the infrastructure necessary for that to play out. Having quiet space, we assumed that remote work correlates with quiet space. That may not be the case in dense urban areas. It may not be the case where space constraints exist. And therefore, that's one investment that needs to happen. The second is, of course, in connectivity and communication infrastructure that the organization needs to invest in. And the most important is also a performance management system. There is evidence from organizations like Yahoo. If you just, if you willy-nilly say that you can work from home, but you don't have a management infrastructure in which that remote work is situated, it can have a significant downside. The other important thing, and I'm glad the first speaker also brought this up, which is, diversity. And one benefit of remote work, you can build more diverse organizations and inclusive organizations, but one must also be cautious and mindful that these benefits are heterogeneously distributed. In the sense, let me give you an example. For instance, there was a research study which tracked hedge fund managers during the pandemic, and what they found was that portfolios that were managed by women hedge fund managers delivered abnormal returns of less than 9% during the month of 9% less than the equivalent portfolios of male hedge fund managers during the month of school closures. In effect, women had to do more unpaid work, more costs. They bore the burden of unpaid work, and that translated to the costs of paid work in the workplace. Therefore, we must be careful about, and this also resonates with other work. For instance, Nicholas Bloom in one paper points out that there is a strong promotion penalty to remote work. You're not seen, you're not in the organization where the growth is happening, where visible work is happening, and there is a promotion penalty. You are 50% less likely to be promoted over a 2-year period. And therefore, there is this, it's important to keep in mind that when you give people the choice, you're going to inadvertently create. You may get in people perhaps, you may be able to create a more diverse workplace. However, those people will also pay disproportionately the costs of this form of work. And therefore, there are significant downsides. And for that reason, most organizations today are obviously, there are occupations, there are organizations that have complete remote work, but the solution increasingly is hybrid work. The next slide, please. And I'll close with this. Keshav, next slide, please. There is consensus that hybrid trumps, the other two forms of work that we talked about. However, it's unclear. It's not unclear, but there still remains a lot of work to be done in terms of how should hybrid workplaces be designed. There are some principles that are emerging, which I've put out there. The first is to be intentional. You don't leave it to the employee's choice for the reasons that I just outlined, to say that pick the days you want to work. For one, you will not be able, if you want to reap the benefits of interaction, communication, collaboration, etc., you want to do that by design. Because by default, you may have a situation, for instance, everybody would likely pick Fridays, would likely pick Mondays, right? So there is this distribution of days that people would pick in, if it was left for them to voluntarily choose so. And therefore, it's important to be intentional and be very clear about, anchoring days on which you have certain teams come in. So you have a matrix set up where you have certain teams come in on certain days and you assign that. That's likely to lead to more benefits than, complete voluntary choice. The second is output. You do not want to be micromanaging remote work. You want to be, however, having a clear performance management system that measures, allows you to measure, review, and then commit to a certain output contract that you sign up for with the employees. So therefore, measuring output and investing in performance management systems becomes incredibly important. And the final point, of course, is engagement of employees. A lot of that is muted when you choose hybrid over remote work over a completely remote work solution. However, it's still important to do a dipstick on how engaged are your employees. What is there a culture that's coming through? Is there a culture that is intact? And if so, what can you do to maintain that? And is that consistent with what you believe it should be? And in turn, is it a culture that is continuing to foster innovation, creativity, and growth as you were before an org redesign? So that's most of what I have. Thank you very much. I think, we'd also, I wanted to also point out that a lot of research is happening in this space, and hopefully in the next year or so, we should have far more clarity on, optimal work design and as well as optimal organizational design. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepa. As always, a very balanced view. Not excited about the new norm of hybrid work, but calling out all the things that we need to keep in mind to make it work, or be aware of the downside. We'll talk a little more about that at the other end. But for now, I believe the organizers have arranged for some Q&A. And I will start. They have selected some questions. There is one question from Madam Trishaljeet Sethi, which I'll start. I hope she's around. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Obviously, you being the government representative, the question is, what are you doing? You alluded to a couple of things that you're doing in building skills, but there is this three things that we talk about: skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. And so we would like to hear from you what initiatives the government is driving to kind of address all the three areas of skilling, reskilling, and upskilling.
Okay. In the DGT ecosystem, that is our Director General of Training, we are mostly catering to the long-term skilling programs, which are about 1 or 2 years. Usually the entrants are children who have done either 8th or 10th, depending on the skill we require. And we give them like traditional industry type job roles, welder, fitter, electrician, and all. However, there are a lot of short-term programs also for reskilling and upskilling, which are being done by the ministry under various schemes, whether it is the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, then JSS Jan Shikshan Sansthan is there. And even in the DGT ecosystem, let's say we have a 2-year program, a 1-year program has 1200 hours. and a 2-year program has 2,400 hours. So what we have done is 240 hours in each year has been kept separately as for an optional subject. And what a lot of sector skills councils have done, they have designed NSQ of aligned programs of 240 hours. Let's say the technology sector skills council, the electronics one, for the new age skills. And they are open for any ITIs to choose. So and the state governments, they have a committee called the SSDCE, State Skill Development and Entrepreneurship Committee. They have been given the flexibility depending on local requirements to pick and choose any of the programs available for 240 hours and incorporate this as an optional subject. So that is how maybe we can say reskilling and upskilling is done in our system. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I mean, I was looking as though it was all being centrally driven to one homogeneous agenda, but you seem to suggest that you have allowed for freedom, flexibility, choice, and real-time adjustment.
Depending on the industry, local industry. So the state governments and the ITIs are free to choose a course of 240 hours.
Good, good. That's very good information. I think one of the core ideas about the skilling strategy should be around that, the local implementation being a little flexible and adaptive to the realities as people, because there is no one homogeneous environment, as we know. So good, thank you very much. The second question we have is for Professor Fanish. So the question is, how should organizations approach this sudden increase in AI tools? How will AI enhance and improve productivity?
Thank you. So given that machine learning technologies, which is really the cutting edge of AI today, are essentially prediction machines, to use my colleague Ajay Agarwal's memorable phrase. So they're essentially crystal balls, right? Not perfect crystal balls, but nearly good crystal balls. It's really useful to ask where in the organization are business problems that can be reformulated as a prediction problem. So that's the core approach. So whether this is about hiring people, that's a prediction problem. Whether it's retaining people, whether it's keeping customers, whether it's forecasting delays in the supply chain, assessing creditworthiness of suppliers or customers. These are all prediction problems, which means in principle, if we have data, we can use machine learning to tackle these problems. So this is a major transformation that is underway across companies around the world. A lot of decisions like this, which were either made manually or with machines, but using rules, are transitioning to using machine learning based approaches, which are data driven. So that's a big part of the transformation happening right now. And it really cuts across functions, across sectors, across industries, and so on. Now, one major caveat to mention here is that just having a lot of data doesn't guarantee that machine learning will work. I've also shared with the organizers an article which explains this point in more detail. But the gist of it is not all data carries pattern inside. So there has to be a pattern inside the data for the algorithm to find. And sometimes that's not guaranteed. So this is almost a pilot project that companies have to do before adopting ML at a large scale to see for the problem they have, will machine learning actually offer a solution. The most recent version of machine learning, large language models like ChatGPT, the main caveat I would give here is, as of today, I would not recommend using these very shiny new toys, however attractive they look, for anything where the cost of verifying the answer is high. So which means it is not an effective search engine as of today. Certainly by itself, ChatGPT is not a good search engine. Bundled into Bing, it might be a better one. We have yet to see. I've just started using Bing. We have to see what Google comes up with, which probably will be a much better search product. But as of today, I would not trust the output as being accurate. So what would I trust it with? I could automate the generation of copy. I could automate translation. I could automate summarization. I could automate basic code writing, because these are all things where I can check immediately if the output is correct or not without too much effort. Anything beyond that, as of now, I would pause.
Excellent, excellent advice that more and more decisions that lend to machine learning predictions should be embraced by organizations. But data doesn't always guarantee that. There is no necessarily a pattern there. Therefore, be cautious, run pilots. But then certainly the direction is that machine learning can be of great value to even those decisions that we thought only humans should take. And I think that's the big point that you are making, and thank you very much. Professor Deepa, now that you talked about remote work, the question to you is, what are the challenges in actually adopting remote work or even hybrid work? And how will virtual workplaces impact our social behaviors as individuals, as employees? We should be aware of that, so we thought we should ask you about that.
I did speak about it, Chandra, in the talk, actually, a fair bit, but the risk of repeating some of what I said. I think, the big one, of course, the loss, the challenge is it's difficult to generate innovation ideas and be creative when you're not interacting. It's difficult to do that. You're of course expecting technology to mirror those allow those creative processes to be replicated in some way. Advances in technology will allow you to do that, is a hypothesis that still needs to be tested. Currently, the evidence suggests that it's not able to do so effectively. And therefore, there is, that's one of the big challenges in terms of remote work. In terms of hybrid work, I would say that, it needs to be, intuitively, one thinks of it as essentially just saying, here are 2 days you come in and, here are the days that you work. Every employee is given the choice to work a certain number of days from home vis-a-vis on site. I think what I was emphasizing is it goes beyond that, right? One needs to think very carefully about how you design hybrid workplaces. And one element of it is, of course, saying which teams come in, which employees in which teams for which work come in on which days. You see, it's a complicated task. And therefore, that's one aspect of it. The other is, of course, how do you measure output, right, for remote work? It's not an easy thing to do, and it requires a great deal of thought and investment in the right performance management systems, because at least the lack of those have been shown to be fairly detrimental to organizations. So I think those at least are the big ones. And I just wanted to just be cautious about diversity, because it's said that women often select remote work for certain reasons, right? It gives them the flexibility, but I'm saying there's also a cost attached to that choice, and it in the long term can actually harm them in terms of promotion penalties and other costs of unpaid work, at the workplace. So therefore, there needs to be some degree of thought on. Therefore, this whole workplace design needs to be thought through very carefully. In terms of socio-emotional benefits, I think, this has also been, I think, said earlier, in terms of, one is, of course, this organizational identity. How much of, do I think of myself as this organizational employee, or do I tend to start thinking of myself as a freelancer, as an independent agent who just, is the organization because of me the employee, or am I the employee because of the organization, right? So you might start to think about that question and come to very different answers, is one suggestion. And therefore, it's important to, promote that identity, or at least foster that if you're thinking about remote work. So that becomes incredibly important. And then, of course, there are these other aspects of, if innovation and creativity is not happening, then the employee is also then getting slotted into certain types of work. And therefore, it's important. Especially in the light of what Fanish said, right? In terms of if every job or every occupation is going to have tasks and generalized work activities that's going to be amenable to machine learning, then all the more reason for this to be thought through more carefully.
Yeah. After listening to both of you, I'm scared. There is a lot that we should be worried about behind the hype of what we see in terms of both ML, the advances there, as well as the rise of the hybrid work. And I think it's important that we are cautious and very balanced about what we do. One, at a small note, I think men have to be skilled in not to penalize women who don't show up in the workplace. It's an important skilling program that, madam, we should probably have exclusively for men, in terms of how they should not penalize women for not showing up in the workplace, so that we can have an equitable place, level playing field. Anyway, interesting things. Thank you very much for all your contributions. I will take just a few minutes. It is impossible to kind of summarize. I'll probably attempt that in a separate time, writing a small note on what I heard. But I think Madam Trishaljeet, being the big picture lady who was kind of looking at the whole nation's skilling, alluded to some very important issues. I like your optimism, though you are cautioned sufficiently by Professor Fanish that it may not automatically be such a zero-sum game. Having said that, I think you have a choice between optimistic and making errors and pessimistic and making errors. So we make our choices. And for now, I think you made an important point. I think we need optimism in the short term. I think your discussion around and your references to the kind of nice courses that you have developed around use of IoT for doctors, use of smart agriculture techniques and data allocation as opposed to just data analysis, I think, gives us confidence that, all the new generation issues are being handled by the skills department in the government. And it's extremely important that we are always catching up, like your use of AR, VR for learning and your great use of technology-enabled work to include more women and be more inclusive about women. I think those are all great intentions, great policy programs. And so we learned that from the presentation that you made. Thank you for that. And the most important, request I would have is there are skilling implications emerging from the other two speakers, which while we are addressing skills at a certain level now, it looks like how do we design organizations, how do we manage people, how do we manage the new forms of work, I think are also skills and competencies that we need to train people in. And it may be time that because the ecosystem of new skilled people have to work in a new work environment, if the second is not addressed, mere skills may not produce all the outcomes. So I think it's important that you may direct your attention to some of those new emerging areas about how may managers, leaders, organizations, workplaces be designed, and what skills we need to make best use of the new advances in technology. And coming
You've muted yourself, I think, Chandra.
You muted yourself by mistake, I think, Mr. Chandra.
Okay. I said Professor Fanish, sorry about that, made some very interesting points. I said sometimes scary. And the interesting point he makes is that, probably we have our rights to make decisions. There is enough data which lends to patterns. So if really that happens, maybe we won't be needed to take decisions. And if that happens, then what we do next, decision making with the higher order stuff that we thought we were doing beyond the drudgery of manual labor. Now we have to discover next meta task, if you like, that humans can engage in. And the important point that he makes is that all decisions need prediction because they are all made in environments of uncertainty. And therefore, there is power in using machine learning to make more predictable decisions. And I think the whole analogy of, I just love the picture of the parent teaching the cycling and the whole issue of not deciding, but creating opportunities to, gather experiences, I thought was a wonderful point that he made. So on the whole, I think it is it informs at a higher order, the skilling strategies of developed countries, and G20 nations should probably look at the future a little more nuanced way, not just look at ML skills, but what implications it will have in where would humans play a role, where would algorithms play a role, and how do we bring them together as we think of the future. I think we should all look at that. Coming to Professor Deepa, extremely balanced presentation on the benefits and the downsides of what looks like a 30% people engaged even in ascendant economies, as she called, in hybrid work. Not all is honky-dory. It's not necessary that it will work automatically. We have to be intentional, and we have to ensure that the organizational identity is not lost. Not sure what will happen. Looks like people are choosing identities which are more personal than organizational. So that trend of gig work and all that would probably happen, but we should be prepared in any case. if we want these enduring organizations, there is a need for skilling people and leaders more into measuring output differently and being intentional about what they do and not just let some 3 days to happen. And I think some important points around employee engagement. So on the whole, in the session had lots of value added perspectives on where is skilling going, and some of it we will draw and hopefully input them into the skill strategy document that the G20 gathering is bringing together. I thoroughly enjoyed being with all of you, and thank you very much, and also the audience who have been very patient through this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I just leave? I guess so.
So as we come to an end of this event, we hope that you have gained valuable knowledge and insights into the current and the future trends in the workforce. I think that this line of discussion has been a great step towards creating a workforce that is equipped to tackle the challenges of the future. We have with us the Executive Vice President of the National Skill Development Corporation, Dr. Manish Mishra, who will now deliver the concluding remarks and the vote of thanks. Over to you.
Good afternoon, good evening. So on behalf of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and National Skills Development Corporation, I would like to extend my gratitude to all our speakers and moderators and guests joining us for this webinar today. I must say, very, very insightful discussions, not only from the point of view of informing the policy for dealing with the future of work, but also from the point of view of sensitizing institutions, groups, and individuals and on how to prepare for such a future better. Some of my takeaways are as follows. Trends such as demographic transitions, technological disruptions, and emergence of green economy are fundamentally changing the world around us. Virtual workplaces, boundaryless teams, hybrid mode of working, and labor demand shifts, fast obsolescence of technology are certainly going to pose new challenges to our imagination and creativity. Teams comprising intelligent machines, as Manish pointed out, and human beings are going to challenge our imagination and creativity like never before. It would also have a very different kind of ask on the emotional capabilities and cognitive abilities of human beings. As highlighted by some of the speakers, it is evident that the role of education and vocational training will be significantly enhanced. The discussion in the past couple of hours have clearly stressed upon the fact that the educational and training ecosystem will have to make individuals much more resilient, and the teaching learning methodologies will have to evolve to prepare people better for the future. So throughout the need for, the need for the policy framework is largely about integrating future skills in the workforce and developing skill-based culture. This also came up in the discussions many a times. There is a pressing need for understanding industry requirement, performing skill gaps, and leveraging technologies to develop robust training systems to address the need of the skills of the future. Speakers also repeatedly stressed upon ensuring greater inclusion and removing gender discrimination. The female workforce participation in many G20 countries is not of the same order as in some of the other G20 countries. And in absence of clear strategies, there can be a greater alienation. So the G20 level and at the member country level, we need to ensure equitable participation for the disadvantaged women and the other underprivileged sections. I feel that using digital public infrastructure may prove useful. India has built such digital infrastructure to a great success, and a lot of service delivery is actually happening through this, and skilling is also going to make use of this in a major way. Circular economy, reuse and use less, minimizing the waste, and eco-innovation, all great thoughts, and need to be ingrained in our thinking and the manner in which we approach our work as we proceed into the future. Focusing on sustainability and transition to green economy without compromising the energy security, that is very critical for countries like India, which is making very impressive progress on the economic front, is very essential, and we'll have to balance the two in a manner that it doesn't compromise our progress, but at the same time ensure that there is a smoother transition to the green economy. The world recognizes that the solutions to the world's most pressing concerns can only be solved by working together, and this also was discussed during the webinar. The emerging trends and changing patterns in the use of digital and technological solutions in education across the world and within the G20 member countries call for greater collaboration, and developing a collaborative roadmap amongst G20 countries is very critical in this aspect. So where we go from here, this was the first of the webinars in the series of activities that we are going to do in the run-up to the seminar that we are going to do in Bhubaneswar on 24th of April. The next webinar is going to be on foundational and lifelong learning in the context of future of work, and that will happen sometime later this month. And the discussions and deliberations here would then inform the seminar that is coming up on 24th of April. This is also meant to enhance the skill strategy that has been agreed upon by the G20 member countries last year in Indonesia. OECD and ISB are the knowledge partners here, and they are together preparing the enhancements to the skill strategy that has been devised, that the member countries are supposed to work upon and take it forward. So until we meet next for the second webinar, wish you a very good day, and over to Jasreen for the saying final view.
So thank you again, everyone, and a special thanks to all the audience that has been with us on YouTube and on this platform. And thank you for being with us all this while. And if you have missed anything, please look at our official Twitter handle of Skill India to see the live tweets. Thank you again, and see you at the next webinar.